Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, my name is Emmanuel. I'm the director of the Coimbra Group Brussels office, and I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. I know many of you have traveled and are coming from quite far away, so thank you very much for the effort. It's wonderful, I think, to start the day with such a packed room. So thank you very much to everyone. Without any further ado, because we have quite a very intense program this morning and today and tomorrow morning, I would like to invite now Professor Judith Squires, who is Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Provost at the University of Bristol, UK. So please come to the podium.
Thank you so much. It's a genuine honour to be here at this event today. I'm from the University of Bristol, Professor Judith Squires, and I'm representing the university at this fantastically important event. It's genuinely a privilege to be here opening the discussions alongside Professor Hagen, the Rector of the University of Bergen in Norway, and also representing the Coimbra Group. We come together today to explore a powerful initiative whose time has come. It's just over a year that the Africa Charter was launched in Namibia. You can see an image of that here on the stage with me now. And the impact during that year has been immediate and profound. There are already more than 100 signatories to the Charter, and indeed a new one just this morning. And these include major African and European universities and university networks, as well as learned societies. This forum reflects the extraordinary resonance that the Africa Charter has found globally, a resonance that has been particularly profound in both Africa and Europe, reflecting the growing commitment within both these continents to forge a truly renewed and rebalanced relationship, including in our academic and research communities, but also amongst a growing number of funding agencies and publishers who are, of course, key enablers and gatekeepers of our research activities. The remarkable community of interest that has coalesced around the Charter signals the broad demand that exists for change that the Charter calls for, a change whose time has come. Many of you will be aware that there is a growing discourse on equitable partnerships, accompanied by a range of guidelines. And in this burgeoning landscape, the Africa Charter stands out with a specific significance, which I think focuses on three elements. The first is that it is led from the continent of Africa and centres on the continent. The second is that it's grounded in robust intellectual analysis and argument which draws on a long history of established anti-post and decolonial scholarship from Africa and the broader South. And thirdly, the Africa Charter calls for a deeper transformation in research collaborations to advance a rebalancing of Africa-North relations in a global system of scientific knowledge production. I'm personally particularly proud that the University of Bristol, in close partnership with friendship with University of Cape Town and UNISA, has jointly facilitated the co-creation of this Africa Charter. The Charter's ambitions chime with the University of Bristol's commitment to undertaking world-leading research that tackles global challenges via knowledge exchange and collaboration with communities and partners around the world as part of our global civic mission to forge reparative futures locally, nationally, and internationally. So the University of Bristol is proud to collaborate with UCT and UNISA to drive the development of the Africa Charter initiative, aiming to advance engagement with and implementation of the Charter globally. In this spirit, the University of Bristol is delighted to co-host this forum here in Brussels, together with the University of Bergen and the Coimbra Group of universities in which we are both members. Particular thanks to all of those colleagues from different organisations who have been involved in planning this really exciting event. I'm very pleased and indeed delighted to see such a high level and broad range of interest here today, including university stakeholders, EU institutions, and a wider range of research and innovation communities from both Africa and Europe. And it's wonderful to see you all here today. Welcome. I hope and anticipate that the discussions that will unfold over the next day and a half will generate richer perspectives on the relevance of the Africa Charter for shaping Europe-Africa research collaboration policy, funding, practice, and think about how this will impact the future. We hope too that the discussions will consider the positive initiatives, shifts and approaches that are already being pursued by EU and other European HE institutions, and to reflect on the ways in which these can be captured and built upon to further advance the realisation of the Charter's principles and aspirations. The Africa Charter embodies a change whose time has come. Together, we can establish not only shared understandings, but also avenues for moving forward together collectively, for concerted action in pursuit of a truly renewed, rebalanced Africa-Europe partnership in higher education and research. So let's make our discussions here today and tomorrow profound, and let's help realise the potential of the Africa Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring address, Professor Squires. It's now my pleasure to invite to the podium Professor Margaret Hagen, Director of the University of Bergen and also a member of the Coimbra Group Rectors Advisory Group. Margaret, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues and friends of research and education, all protocols observed, this event makes an important step to the pathway of the goals set out in the African Charter for Transformative Research Collaborations. It's a great joy for me to be part of this event, The African Charter for Transformative Research Collaboration puts pressure on European universities to align their organizational policies, guidelines, and internal funding mechanisms to work towards the principles of the African Charter. The overall aim of the Charter is to rebalance the system of global scientific knowledge production, and it's very timely and it is necessary. At the same time, all academic institutions across the globe must uphold the scientific quality and method of research. It is no coincidence that I, as Vice Chancellor of the University of Bergen, when I saw this initiative, got curious and decided that this is something that the University of Bergen should commit itself to. We have long tradition, broad and varied cooperations with African universities in many African nations. In fact, we have African collaborations in 3 of our centers for excellence in research, just to mention one thing. So the University of Bergen has signed the African Charter for Transformation Research and Transformative Research Collaboration to promote Africa's place in our partnership philosophy, which rests on several decades of cooperation with African institutions. And let me just briefly mention 2 examples, but I can assure you there are many more. First, we have a long partnership with the University of Khartoum, and you can imagine why I'm mentioning this university now, which has given both researchers and students in Sudan and in Bergen great opportunities for their scientific work and educational endeavors within a broad range of academic disciplines. This partnership has been built on mutual trust and understanding, resulting in a long-standing friendship between our two universities and in excellent research that has been fruitful for both partners and the society and the international society around us. And last year, actually, we celebrated 60 years anniversary for this partnership, an anniversary that sadly was overshadowed by the war. But even though the war is still raging, we are still cooperating and hopefully contributing to upholding the academic work at our university and at the University of Khartoum and make it easier to rebuild the university and to maintain the collaboration when the war is over. Second, we have been working in partnership with the University of Makerere in Uganda for over 30 years. And this partnership has over the years led to many master degree students, great number of PhD candidates, many collaborative research and education projects, as well as excellent research results. Makerere University is also a partner in two of the University of Bergen Centers for Excellence, which I will say is showing the level of our cooperation. And the model we are running is to have scientific coordinator and administrative coordinator on both sides, and this contributes to knowledge about each other, and we can easily start new initiatives together. Moreover, frequent visits at all levels has also contributed to building trust and been a channel for communication between those two universities. UIB is an all-comprehensive research university. We are very proud to be, it's obvious, but I must say it in these difficult international times, we are an international university. And my colleagues collaborate in great numbers in many different fields with researchers from many, many different African nations. We are all aware that times are changing also when it comes to internationalization. And we now realize that we cannot take the collaborations for granted anymore, and that we need to rethink our ways. I have mentioned two examples which we are proud of to mention, and that we are now working actively to develop in the coming years also, bearing in mind the African Charter and its principles. I look very much forward to the discussions during today and tomorrow, and I wish everyone a very fruitful and productive conference. Coimbra stands for tradition, but it also stands for innovation, as you can say. And this initiative, it's truly, truly innovative, and it's more needed than ever. We are very much committed as a university to this initiative. We are very committed also to, and we hope to develop stronger and even broader cooperation and new ways to collaborate. And so with these words, I thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hagen, for this strong commitment. I will now invite on the stage Dr. Niels Gunnar Songstad, representing the University of Bergen, but also Vice Chair of the Coimbra Group Global Partnerships Working Group. And I will also invite Professor Kenneth Matengo, Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia. Please join me on the stage. And Niels, you can already come to the podium.
In my presentation, I'm going to give you a kind of an overview of activities, collaborative activities between Coimbra Group universities and African countries, between University of Bristol, UK, and African countries, and University of Bergen and African countries. So it's a combination of 3 sets of information. Let's start by the Coimbra Group. In 2023, a report was launched, Coimbra Group Cooperation with the Global South. This was the work of 2 working groups, Latin America and Global Partnerships. The objective was to outline collaborative efforts and the main areas of expertise and excellence in the context of the cooperative engagements with the Global South. 16 of the universities responded to the survey. We should have had more, but this is the data we have. All the 16 universities have significant collaboration with partners in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. What I'm going to present on the next few slides is the Africa collaboration. So a good number of countries, more than half of the countries on the continent, roughly, in collaboration in life sciences, social sciences, humanities, and natural sciences. And these 4 boxes indicate the number of projects per university. But the next slide is also, I think, quite interesting, because that it shows the complexity and extent of collaboration. It's alliances, centers, it's strictly bilateral cooperation, double degree programs, scholarship programs, and other types of collaboration. So quite extensive. And I think it's fair to assume that if we had all Coimbra Group universities responding, the picture would be probably the same. So I think this is a representative sample we have. Now, in addition, I would like to mention the scholarship, Coimbra Group scholarship program for Africa. Established in 2008, it offers scholarship for young researchers from universities in sub-Saharan Africa for short stays, up to 3 months, at the Coimbra Group University to carry out part of their research. And the figures, now let's look at the 2023 figure, 286 application, 30 who received scholarships, so it's highly competitive. Now moving on to University of Bristol. This indicates the number of projects per year, 2020 to 2024. In addition, there are more projects in the process of being launched. A collaboration with a number of countries. South Africa stands out as the most important one. The table indicates the same. And University of Cape Town, South Africa, is the biggest one, or the most important one. On disciplines, health sciences, almost 40%, life sciences, social sciences, and law. So it's a spread across different academic fields. Now I'm going to move from University of Bristol to University of Bergen. Over the period 2005 to 2024, the most important countries for collaboration have been Uganda, South Africa, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. Other significant countries are Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia. A plus on the right-hand side on the figure, a good number of other countries. On academic disciplines, we see that Faculty of Medicine is the one with the largest share of the funding Other significant faculties are social sciences and faculty of science and technology, and then a good spread on the rest of the faculty. Now, on top of what I showed in the previous figure, we have the Norwegian Center of Excellence. Very prestigious funding, 10-year funding. In this funding scheme, Faculty of Medicine is the most, has the biggest share. Now, I want to mention two funding mechanisms. One is EU funding from Framework 6 to Horizon Europe, and I would like to mention Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. So what's interesting to see, for Framework 6 to Horizon Europe for the period, that accounts for 2% of the total funding for collaboration with African countries, but 20% of the projects, meaning that we are partners in a number of projects, but we coordinate a few. And this is a very good basis, a very good ground for establishing, expanding the collaboration. Then I need to mention the Norwegian Program for Capacity Development in Higher Education and Research Development. It's funded by the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD. In the current project period, 2021 to 2026, 60 Norwegian projects have been funded. Of these, 14 projects at the University of Bergen. Of these 14, 11 with activities in Africa. A long list, I'm not going to read it out, but it's quite an extensive list across academic fields. And the map shows partners in location of partners in these projects. Then I have to mention a Nordic, Southern African collaborative effort, Southern African Nordic Center, established in 2008 with 57 member institutions in the countries mentioned on the slide, in all Nordic countries. Yeah, and this map depicts the location of the partners in Southern Africa. Another example of a long-lasting set of mode of collaboration that has the opportunity to develop new collaborative projects and efforts. Now, our rector mentioned the collaboration with Sudan, so I'm going to skip that briefly, skip that and move to the next, which is the collaboration with Makerere University, also mentioned by Rector Hagen. Just to mention the right-hand side of the screen, that was an effort to establish a hybrid multi-site PhD research school. Took place in late 2022. Definitely an effort we would like to do again. Now, summing up, from University of Bristol, this is a statement I got. We can have a look at, read out. It's simply impossible, in our view, for a northern university to deliver real international change on a global scale without having well-established partnerships of equivalence with the South. That stress, we must strive to collaborate with African colleagues, not to deliver work for Africa, but with Africa, for the world, as a fundamental cornerstone of the global scientific ecosystem. And to sum up the University of Bergen, our aim has to build mutual beneficial partnerships based on respect, equality, and common interest, and to contribute to knowledge sharing and network among institutions in Africa. Through individual researchers, academic circles, centers, as an institution, we have collaborated and built up strong collaborative relationships with African partners. This provides a basis for further development of collaboration with African institutions. So, that concludes my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Niels, and I'm pleased now to invite to the podium the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Namibia, Professor Kenneth Matengu. The floor is now yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I just landed this morning, so if I fumble around, just know that I'm a little awake or half asleep, one of the two. Maybe you will then judge which of the two it is the case. Good morning once again. Thanks for the invitation. What I would like to do, I had a presentation, but perhaps it's not necessary at this stage to show. What I would like to do is to maybe respond in a way to the presentation. First, the University of Namibia is very, very privileged that we were able to host the launch of the charter last year in Windhoek. It was a great pleasure to have many of you there. And those of you who didn't make it, I think you missed a lot. And make some time next time to visit us. Secondly, we see this charter as very strategic to the core development of Africa in terms of its human resources development, but also in terms of the practice of knowledge and driving the narrative of what knowledge must mean, whose knowledge is valid, and whose knowledge actually changes the paradigm of how Africa sees itself and its interaction to the world. And with that, from our point of view as a university, we have taken the deliberate approach that in our engagement with partners, and we have several of them, we have more than 250, more than half of that is with European institutions, almost the majority of which my colleague just mentioned. And in that partnership, we emphasize capacity building, meaning degree offering cooperation programs, be they joint or otherwise. But we also take into account that our upcoming staff and students are also given the opportunity to either study in the University of Namibia with co-supervision, or they are sent to the institutions where we are partnering. And through that, we have been able to turn around our narrative, and in a sense that when the University of Namibia was established in '92, we had 98% of expatriates. And at the moment, that has changed to about 90% of locals. The intention is not to make it 100% Namibians. In fact, our intention is to have 17% of our academic staff Namibians, and at the moment we are building that. We changed that from 2 years ago from 9 to now it is a little over close to 12%. The reason why we do that is because we value also knowledge that is generated from elsewhere. And at the moment, we are recruiting people. We have recruited academics from 68 different countries. And I think with that, we are able to make sure that we have the right kind of debate and the right kind of interaction and production of knowledge. So the question then is, what is the current volume of collaboration in terms of research? If I was going to show my map, I don't have the device that I can put it here so you can see, but maybe during the course, because it's just 2 slides that you will see the network that the University of Namibia has, and the volume of that is we average around about 30 to 35 projects every year. And I think if we take it in the context of the charter, then is how is this network? Who is driving it? What is the agenda? And who does it affect? Who is benefiting from it? And who takes the decisions? And I would like to take an example of green hydrogen, because this is a very topical issue also for ourselves as a country. First question is, who needs hydrogen? Green hydrogen in particular. Does Africa need green hydrogen? Does it? So why is it being produced? Or why is the intention to produce it in Africa? Is it the same thing as mining of gold and uranium and then exporting it to those who need it? I am not saying this to blame those who are after green hydrogen, but I'm also saying we need to use the charter to be able to agree and discuss whose agenda it is that we are researching and development, and who should be benefiting from that. And in a way, the current formulation of green hydrogen, if it is just to produce it and send it through Rotterdam and Port of Antwerp, and then distribute through the European network for industry, what does that do to Africa? And as we see it, if it is not going to lead to the building of capacity and competencies on the continent to be able to take care of the whole value chain in terms of the production of the different components, maintenance and repair of the systems that produces green hydrogen, then it doesn't raise the livelihoods, the economic ambitions of the African people. And it is necessary that as universities, we also participate in defining an equitable economic development for the world, not just for Africa or with Africa. If we don't do that, we are not raising the economic status of societies. They remain stagnant. The situation as it is, 10% of the resources of the economy is, 90% of the economy is owned by 10% of the elites. And this is because of the large trade that is driven by big multinational companies. And we have to make sure that we are deliberately building competencies for the young people in universities that come out, that they are able to come up with small and medium enterprises, and if they do that, and if they succeed, it changes their the economic participation. They become a shift from low-income societies to middle-income countries, and as we know, middle class is what builds the nation. That's what makes a difference between a poor and a rich nation. And that is one thing that I think this African Charter should look into. Our collaborators currently has mainly been, for a long time, been the Nordic countries. We have been members of SANOD for a long time. I still sit in the board of SANOD. We are having in a couple of weeks our board meeting. But when Namibia's economic classification changed, it also affected our research collaboration with the Nordic countries. In fact, it dipped. It hasn't recovered fully from that. And I always ask myself, if you are doing well as a country, it seems like you should be punished for that. Those countries that have been receiving development aid since the 60s, They are still receiving development aid up to now, but those who come first and they rise, then they are dropped. Isn't that interesting? It is also about what narrative, who makes the decision of what is important in this knowledge interaction. But with time, we have increased our collaboration with German institutions. I think at the moment, Germany is the biggest collaborator with the University of Namibia. We have nearly 27 different higher education institutions that we work with in Germany. So the volume, if I would show you the map, it shows more or less the whole of Europe, except that the intensity and the magnitude of the activities differ according. And I believe Germany has remained that because Germany hasn't cut its development cooperation with Namibia. In fact, it has increased it. In terms of building infrastructure for higher education, infrastructure in the different sectors, and supporting human resources development, and so on. I see that you are now wondering, why is he taking so long? The question is, what is the university's aspiration in terms of how we would work with the European institutions in the future? What we would like to do is to define an agenda that is equitable, an agenda that is agreed upon, an agenda that defines the common future that we want. And so our focus on the SDGs is not necessarily because it is what the UN has said, but we're looking at it from a local perspective. And our interaction is such that we are able to develop our partnerships to be peers. Not that in projects, which tends to happen to be the case always, that those who funds take the decisions, even if they are junior. You tell your research partner that this money cannot be used this way. But the way you are dictating is not meeting the local needs. And so we would like to see that respect and that mutual drive in the defining what must be researched, why it should be researched, and the allocation of resources to that. I stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Niels, for this overview of Coimbra Group University's collaboration with Africa. And thank you so very much, Professor Matengo, for your thought-provoking address. I will invite you now to go back to your seat, and I will invite our next speakers, Professor Jose Kessie, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Cape Town in South Africa, Professor Bosire Onyansha, Head of Research and Graduate Studies at the College of Human Sciences at the University of South Africa, and Professor Isabella Abodarin, Director of the Periphery Africa Research Institute at the University of Bristol in the United Kingdom. So Professor Kessie, okay, yeah. Good morning. Yeah, let's connect.
No, it's okay. I can use this just. The slides?
Yep.
Okay, okay. I think it is still good morning. Good morning to everyone. My name is Bosire Onyansha, as you have been told, and thank you so much, Program Director. and also colleagues in the room. Our presentation is going to be a case for the Africa Charter for transformative research collaborations. And we're introducing this charter for purposes of creating awareness and also to have an uptake of this charter among our partners. I know that this has also been alluded to. I'm going to present the first part of this presentation. I'm going to make the first part of this presentation. And the presentation is, the first part is about just to lay the background in numbers about research collaboration that is between the North and Africa. Professor Matengo mentioned a bit of it, and I've watched these slides before in Namibia when we attended the launch of the Africa Charter. And but I just want to give just a slight overview of how research collaboration scenario or landscape is in Africa. And we have noted marked growth in the number of collaborations over the last decade, and we have also seen the dominance of Africa's research output, especially largely in terms of collaborations, and more so in international collaborations. And the UNESCO World Science Report indicates that about 88% of publications that emanate from Africa or that have got at least one institutional affiliation in Africa are co-authored with Central and East Africa. And this is from 2017 to 2019. We have seen that number is a bit, when we look at the UNESCO report, it's 88%. When we look at other sources, depending on which sources you are using, there are variations. And these variations, they all talk to the same aspect that Africa is collaborating internationally at a very high level of almost above 80% of its publications are co-authored internationally, with national collaboration and even institutional collaboration accounting for less than 10% in some countries. In fact, even much lower. And if you look at South Africa, Mauritius, it is a moderate collaboration internationally. But like I said, majority of the African countries have got a very high level of collaboration or intensity internationally. So what are we saying? This is the last slide that I just want to read a quote I have here from another the presentation itself to just express, and then I'll call Isabella to come and talk to this slide. What we have seen is that the North-South collaborations provide African researchers, and we want to appreciate that collaboration is beneficial, and that's why I'm reading this quote. They provide African researchers with essential resources, technical expertise, and financial support. However, they also tend to position African institutions in subordinate roles, often as implementers rather than leaders of research initiatives. The African Charter, or the Africa Charter, aims to address this imbalance by advocating for partnerships where African institutions play an equal role in defining and leading research projects. The Charter emphasizes principles of equity, shared governance, and mutual benefit, striving to create partnerships that enable African researchers to contribute meaningfully to the research agenda while ensuring that Africa's research priorities are represented. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call upon Isabella to come and also make a presentation from here onwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I will continue the presentation, and I will start by just going back one slide, which is to emphasize once again how much collaboration between Africa and global northern actors actually dominate the scientific effort that goes on in the continent. And when we talk about collaborators in the global north, it is collaborators in the US and in Europe that are really the most prevalent amongst those working with scientists in Africa today. Within this context, and within the context of a growing recognition or a growing desire for collaboration, with which Bosire just talked about, and all the other presentations too, there has been, as I'm sure all of you know, an expanding debate around the need for more equitable partnerships. Everywhere you look, and I'm sure all of you have seen this, there is increasing reference to the need for greater fairness in the collaborations that unfold between Africa and Global North. And alongside that, there is an accumulation of equitable partnerships, discussion forums, and guidelines. At the latest count, it was more than 10 or so that are appearing in different spaces, guidelines on how to do equitable partnerships. And within this context, perhaps not surprisingly, there have been growing calls for a need to move towards action. Enough talk, enough guidelines, we need to move towards action. Now, a major characteristic of all this effort, this important effort around equitable partnerships, is that for the most part, with one or two notable exceptions, such as, for example, the work of IDS and Southern Voice, the efforts have been led by Global North actors. And what is striking within this space is that with all the attention on how to do equitable partnerships and moving to action, perhaps less or not enough attention has been paid to a number of foundational queries that we need to ask ourselves and that are critical for understanding and moving forward with the aim of equity in collaborations. What is greater equitability in collaborations actually for? What is it for? Why are we doing this? And then if we have the answer to that, what then does equity actually need to entail? Well, so far, as I said, these questions haven't really been discussed fully. But some of the answers that come up in discussions are, what is greater equitability for? It is to ensure that there is an enhanced uptake of research findings, an enhanced impact, a greater longevity of partnerships, ensuring the integrity of investigations, and perhaps just simply the right thing to do. And then in terms of the equity that is talked about, what does equity need to entail? The emphasis here is on ensuring mutuality in project arrangements for determining research foci, in terms of the division of labor, in terms of the directions of capacity strengthening, decision-making on budgets and what happens to samples and data. Also the authorship of publications, very important, who gets to be lead author on joint publications. And then also more recently an emphasis on ensuring that the research management and administration processes, so for example around contracting, exchange rates, procurement and all of that, are favorable and conducive. The Africa Charter recognizes the importance of all of those perspectives, but it also adds another set of ways of looking at the question of equity. It shifts perspective. Why? As Judith has said, because the Africa Charter is explicitly Africa-led and centered. This means It shifts the locus of consideration to Africa, to the south. And it is intellectually grounded in terms of its conceptual frame and its analyses, which draw on established scholarship from Africa, post and decolonial, as well as from the wider global south, and systems thinking. So taking that together, the point of departure for the Africa Charter is really to think about the global science and research system as a whole, and to draw attention to the currently unfavorable and imbalanced positioning of Africa in this global science and research ecosystem. You can look at all the metrics that you want. I've just selected a few here, and they illustrate strongly and unmistakably this unfavorable positioning of Africa at the moment. If you look at researchers and outputs, you see this is also World Science Report data, that whilst Africa in 2018 contributed 10% of the global adult population, it contributed less than 1% of all researchers globally. That's the lowest percentage of all major regions, and less than 2% of all indexed scientific publications globally. And of those, half were from South Africa. Of course, it's important to note that there is a considerable volume of African research that is not captured in global citation databases, because it's published in journals that are not part of those. And this, in many ways, compounds the subsidiarity. If we look at rankings, we don't like them. Some of us don't like them, but they're here and they're important. You see that at the institutional level, this is QS data for this year, only one African university is in the top 200. That's UCT, University of Cape Town. Only 7 universities are in the top 500, of which 5 are in South Africa and 2 in Egypt. And no university outside South Africa, Ghana, Egypt, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tunisia is in the top 1,000. And this picture is very much the same if you look at the individual level. In 2020, of the more than 6,000 highly cited scholars, only 12 were affiliated to an institution in Africa, of which 9 were in South Africa. So this shows you the unfavorable positioning of Africa in this global science and research ecosystem, and it shows you the imbalance even within the continent, which is part of the problem. Now, it's really important, and this is the point that the Charter makes, to understand that this positioning of Africa in the global science and research ecosystem is consequential. It shapes Africa's place and its prospects in the global political economy. This is what Kenneth was speaking to. And it reflects an uneven playing field in the production of scientific knowledge, an uneven playing field that is a legacy of colonial histories. And this uneven playing field is made up of a number of layers of power imbalance in the production of scientific knowledge. Not only power imbalances in concrete collaboration arrangements, as we have talked about this morning, but also imbalances at a number of deeper levels. Imbalances that arise from the dominant use of Eurocentric, Euromodern ways of knowing, epistemologies. Power imbalances that arise from the dominant use of European languages in the production of knowledge. And language is where knowledge is vested. So the use of European languages in the production of knowledge is critical in shaping these power imbalances. Very closely linked, power imbalances to the dominant use of Eurocentric theories and concepts in the production of scientific knowledge. And linked to that, and critically, the dominant use of the development frame itself in underpinning research that goes on in Africa. The development frame imposes not only a unidirectional gaze, always, almost always, from the north to Africa as the site as a site of deficits, a site that needs to catch up with European advancement. The development frame also restricts the areas of research that are deemed relevant for the continent. And so it's no surprise that when you look at the data, you see that, and we saw that in Niels's slides as well, a majority of research that goes on in the continent, collaborative research, is health-focused, which is good. But there are many other areas that are not captured in the development frame that might be equally important for the continent's future, but they fall outside of what is usually funded. And then lastly, and again related to all the prior layers, imbalances that arise from the often vastly disparate institutional resourcing and capabilities at institutional levels. And that includes resourcing in terms of physical infrastructures, data infrastructures, equipment, technologies, and so on. So altogether, these layers of power imbalance constitute the uneven playing field that we're talking about in scientific knowledge production today. So what are the goals and the principles and the aspirations of the Charter in this regard? So ultimately, the goal that the Charter envisages is a situation where the playing field in scientific knowledge production is leveled, where the positionings and the relations of Africa and Global North in the global science and research ecosystem are rebalanced. A situation where scholars and institutions and knowledges produced from the continent begin to take their rightful place in the production of scientific knowledge for the world, in the global academic effort. And the Charter is quite clear that this is, yes, an issue, a matter of social justice, of course. Some would say reparative justice. It is an issue, a matter of advancing Africa's aspirations, as Kenneth has spoken to, but also, and critically importantly, it is also a matter of enriching our collective global scholarship, a matter of making sure that our collective academic endeavor is more potent, is more able to start addressing and solving the crises that face us together, humanity and the planet. Crises that in many ways have been brought about by the dominance of Western Eurocentric logics. It is for Africa, yes, but it is for all of us. It is for our joint global scholarship. And the key, we talked about the dominance of the collaborative effort between Africa and Global North, is that we must understand that international collaborations, precisely because they are so dominant, offer a really important entry and leverage point for shifting the system overall. In other words, they have the potential to be transformative in the true sense of the word. What does it take to be transformative? Well, it takes a transformative mode of research collaborations. That is, research collaborations that really strive to redress each of the layers of these power imbalances. Not just the outer layers, but all of the underlying deeper levels of power imbalance as well. This is what the 10 Charter principles speak to. And then there is need for change in different spaces to ensure that such a transformative mode of collaboration is actually established as a benchmark and gradually a standard practice within the scholarly community. What does it take? It takes change in individual consciousness and capabilities. It takes change in the shared norms around what is good collaborative research, what is excellent collaborative research. It takes change in resource streams and funding, but above all, it takes change at the structural level. It needs change and adjustment in the policies, the regulations, and the guidelines in the higher education and research sector. The policies, regulations, and guidelines of universities, of funding agencies, of publishers, of those that shape academic governance, and lastly, of governments themselves. And this is what the 6 aspirations of the Charter speak to. And now I'll turn to José to talk briefly about the relevance of this all for us and the plans for taking the Charter forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm going to be very quick because we're running out of time. So I think that the interesting question now is that how do we move forward? So we've got this conceptual framework, and how do we implement it? The good news is that we have already more than 100 signatories, and we've heard of a new signatory just this morning, which is fantastic. And these include major university networks, learned societies, leading higher education institutions in Africa, Europe, North and Latin America. We've received active interest from funders, publishers, international agencies. So this charter is gaining more and more importance globally. The way the kind of leadership of the or the intellectual foundations and structure of this work in terms of the implementation of the Charter has been structured is that we have a core group, and this core group is the Perivoli Africa Research Center at the University of Bristol, which is headed by Professor Isabella, the Institute for Humanities in Africa, which is headed by my colleague, Professor Divine Fu, and Professor Puleng Serralo, who is not here today, who is the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair at the University of South Africa. So this is the core group. And then we have a steering committee, which is made up of the following institutions: AAU, Arua, Codesria, AAS, ISS, Future Africa, and University of Toronto. And within this context, so in March 2024, the steering group for the Africa Charter, comprising the framework's primary steward and champion institutions, was formalized. And this happened at the University of Cape Town through a 4-day workshop in March 2024. And we've undertaken to spearhead a multinodal program of critical policy and practice reviews, pathfinder interventions, widening scholarly debates, engagement of higher education leaders, joint learning for charter signatories, and wider stakeholders globally. And I think part of the reason that we're all here over the next, today and tomorrow, is to think through these conversations with you. Through this program of action, which is actually being rolled out over a 3-year period. So who is involved? The charter signatories, other interested bodies, and this is, as mentioned previously, very much a global initiative, even though it is Africa-focused and Africa-led. And I think just to also finally, the central convening and engagement platform for this work is the Association of African Universities. And thank you very much for listening, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much to all of you for this comprehensive presentation of the Charter. This is now your time. This is the time for question and answers. I'm sure after this very rich and diverse presentation, you may have some first reactions, queries for maybe further clarification on how to engage with the Charter. Please raise your hand and I will give you the floor. Who wants to start? Yeah. Who will help me with the mic?
Good morning to everyone. I'm Thierry Roland Tabi. I'm a PhD student at Sorbonne University in Paris. My first question is, I just have one question. My question is about the partnership. The Anglophones say when you are not on the table for partnership, it means you're on the menu on that table. The first thing I want to know is, this partnership is, I have the impression it's much more of a European, Anglophone, African countries partnership. Because when I look at the universities that are mentioned there, for example, I'm Anglophone from Cameroon originally. Anglophone, Cameroon is a bilingual country, but when you look at the partnerships and the universities, I didn't see, maybe I'm blind, I don't know, I didn't see a Francophone university among the universities. So does it mean the Anglophones universities in Africa represent the whole of Africa? I remember, I need to mention that you have about 40 to 50% of African countries that are French African countries. Are those universities so poor that, they are not represented among the universities? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to take that? Yes? This works, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think it's a very relevant question. And I guess what I can say from the University of Cape Town Huma Institute, which is one of the intellectual leaders in this project, is that we do have collaborations across the continent, 43 countries, many of them in West Africa. And so through that mechanism, I think there is some representation of Francophone and Lusophone countries in kind of the engagements that we're having around this work.
Thank you. Isabella.
Maybe I'll just...
Go ahead. In principle, there should be no interference.
No echo? Okay.
They told me there will not be any.
This one? Yeah. Just to add to Jose, this is a really important question. And in addition to the collaboration that Huma has, the extensive collaboration with Francophone universities, it's also very important to highlight that the Association of African Universities is a body that spans and speaks for and encompasses university members from across the continent, including Francophone and Lusophone countries. With the support of the AAU, there is a definite need to reach out and engage the Francophone and the Lusophone constituency much more deliberately than has been done so far. You know, this is an ongoing initiative and movement, and we have to evolve organically, not just organically, also deliberately, but it has to evolve. But this is definitely a gap, bringing in the Francophone constituencies that we're very well aware of. We have translated the Charter into French and Portuguese as a start, but definitely the work needs to go on in that direction.
Very well, thank you. I saw another hand at the same table, then another one here and there. Thank you, Paul. So please say your name.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Jurukoro Diallo from the University of Bern, Initiative Afrique. We are closely working with the Guild and ARUA. The issue of the Francophone universities arise also, but I would not like to come back to this topic, but I would say I'm really available to help you in translating the charter in French. And but my question is because we are really interested in this topic as transformative collaborations. We are talking about collaboration at eye level between, like, I don't like North-South, but I would say Europe and Africa. And what is this concretely about? What are the concretely the steps for such a transformative research collaboration, and how would you implement it concretely on the ground in the partnership?
Isabella or someone else?
Yeah, shall I? Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that question. Also, really important question. The slides that José showed, and because of time, we didn't spend too much time, really try and set out some of the steps that need to be taken for us to understand what is required to translate the principles and the aspirations of the Charter into practice. Because this is new in many ways for all of us. No one has really done this yet. And so we are proposing that there needs to, I will focus on two things. There first needs to be processes of careful reflection on and review of existing collaboration practice in different institutional spaces or network spaces against the principles of the Charter, to identify where good practice approaches and models already exist that we can build on, but also to identify where the gaps are, where we really need to try and devise new ways of working together. So that's the first. Those are processes of review that really need to go on in different spaces, including in Bristol, at UCT, at UNISA, and so on. And once we have identified what are the good practice models, what are the good approaches, and where are new ways of working that we can forge and have done so, then we will have tools and resources that people can use to work in a transformative way going forward. And it's really important that that is available and that kind of reflection happens across disciplinary fields. That's very important because what transformative working might look like in the arts and humanities is very different from what it might look like in STEM subjects. So there's really careful processes of review that are required. The same goes for the aspirations of the Charter, which are all about policy change. We need to carefully review, analyze the existing policy and regulatory architectures, the policies and the guidelines and the benchmarks that we have in our universities amongst funding agencies, publishers, and so on. We need to review them against the Charter framework to see where are good models already, where are they already speaking to some of the change that the Charter asks for, but where do they need to be adjusted, these policy architectures, in order to properly enable and incentivize a transformative mode of collaborations. So this is work that has to go on in different spaces, and all of it has to be underpinned by, exchange, joint learning across spaces so that we all end up with the tools that we need to translate this into practice at the end of the day. I hope that makes sense, but we will, throughout the rest of today's discussion, we will return to that point again.
Thank you very much. Do you want to add something?
Just maybe to add that in fact, José presented the last part of that presentation focused on the implementation thereof of the Charter. And some of the things that she touched on are things that Isabella has touched on, which include the establishment of structural foundations, things like developing a theory of change, engaging scholarly communities, which is going on and which we are actually doing right now, even here, because this kind of engagement will bring about some kind of issues that can be addressed as we implement the Charter. And finally, I think she has also alluded to policy change, which is a very big issue because oftentimes when we develop or create policies, sometimes we don't take into consideration some of the imbalances that are associated with collaborative research. And so those policies, like she said, need to be revisited with a view to refining them to address those issues that are also addressed within the Charter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we are a bit beyond schedule, I'm afraid, and I'm very sorry, I'll have to move forward, and I'm very sorry for those of you who still had questions, but we are still at the beginning of the event. You will have plenty of opportunities to talk informally with our speakers and also more formally in other sessions. Let's then move forward. You may have received in the past days a link to a Menti survey. If you had not logged in before coming to Brussels, maybe I would invite you to log in now. We have asked 3 very short multiple choice questions about the Charter. You have the QR code here. I give you a few minutes to connect if you had not done so before the event. And then I will project the results, which will aggregate the responses received before the event and the responses submitted now. Let me go on the website. The first question is if you were previously aware of the Africa Charter. Yes, I have read it. Yes, I was aware of it, but I haven't read it, or no, I was not aware at all. So let's look at the results in real time, and you can see that half of you had read it. Well, we are about more than 100 people in this room, so not everyone has responded, obviously. But from those who have responded, a bit half of you had read it before and were aware of it, and a bit more than half of those who have responded were not aware at all of it. So we hope you will get out of this event with a good understanding of what it is. The next question was about the power imbalances. Which power imbalances have you encountered in your collaboration with Africa if you are a European researcher, or with the rest of the world if you're an African researcher? Here you can see that the balance with the highest response rate is the one on disparities in institutional resourcing and infrastructures. The second one mentioned is asymmetries in concrete collaboration arrangements. And the third one about Eurocentric epistemologies, Eurocentric theories and concepts. The next and last question is about the layers of power imbalance. So which layer of power imbalance do you think is the most challenging to redress? And here again, it's the number 4. There's a clear difference in the responses, with the highest number of responses for the disparities in institutional resourcing and infrastructures. Second, what we mentioned earlier, Eurocentric epistemologies, and here comes third, the development frame. Thank you very much for participating in this exercise. I know that we are running out of time, but I would still suggest maybe 5 minutes for stretching your legs. You can stand up, you can rapidly run to the restroom, grab a coffee. We don't have a coffee break, but yeah, just take this 5 minutes to do some exercise. And please, a warm round of applause for our speakers.
Okay, it's great to see everybody back, and I just introduce myself. My name is Leon Tickley. I'm a professor in education and global chair in education at the University of Bristol, and I'm UNESCO chair in transforming knowledge and research for just and sustainable futures. So I should say that the topic of the Africa Charter is central to UNESCO's mission as well as to what we're involved in today. So it's a great privilege and pleasure to be able to facilitate and chair this panel now with some very distinguished colleagues. The title of this panel is Rebalancing the Global Science Ecosystem Through Transformative Research, Collaborations, Relevance of the Charter for Africa-Europe Partnerships. And what we heard in the last session was really not only the global significance of the Charter, but also beginning to get a sense of the importance of the next step, which is really about how does one implement the Charter, how does one make it a practical document that can be genuinely transformative at the levels and scales that Isabella pointed to in her diagram, from the practical arrangements right down to the epistemic core, the nature of knowledge production itself. So I'm really pleased to be joined by a very distinguished panel to try and address this problem today. So we have Dr. Stefan Milic. Stefan, you're very welcome. Stefan is a member of the board of the Global South Studies Center, University of Cologne. We have Dr. Dominique Dumais. Dominique, who is the scientific advisor for Africa, Institut de Recherche pour le Développement. We have Professor John Jampong, who's the Secretary General of the African Research Universities Alliance. Professor Jampong, you are very welcome. It's a great pleasure to see you here in the panel. And we have Professor Giacomo Giambotti, who's the lead of the research team, E for Impact Foundation. You're very welcome. And we have, last but not least, Professor Amanda Hammer, who's the president of AEGIS, the European African Studies Association. Professor Hammer, you are very welcome as well. Okay, so the way that we want to organize this session is to make it interactive. We've had a lot of listening, and we're going to listen a little bit more, but there'll also be plenty of opportunities for structured interactions with the panel. So I'm going to pose a couple of questions to you, panelists. I'm going, not at the same time, separately. I'm going to start with one first question, and then I'm going to ask each of you to respond briefly in 2 or 3 minutes, okay? 2 or 3 minutes, and I will be quite strict as a chair because it's important after that that the audience have a chance to ask some questions. So there will be 10 or 15 minutes or so for you to ask questions of the panelists in response to what they've been telling you. And then there'll be a little wrap up for the panelists, and then we'll move on to the second question. So that's the format. So it's very interactive, and without further ado, let me get on to the first question. So, European scholarly and civil society communities increasingly refer to the importance of pursuing equitable research partnerships with Africa, as we've heard this morning. To what extent do such constituencies and their partners in Africa consider the need for a deeper transformation in such collaborative research, which goes beyond addressing asymmetries in concrete project arrangements and management processes, as we've heard, and also involves redressing the multi-layered underlying power imbalances that arise through disparities in institutional capacities and through the dominant use of Eurocentric epistemologies, languages, concepts, theories, and of course the development frame itself in the production of scientific knowledge. And in responding to this question, it would be great if you could refer to one or two concrete examples from your own experience and practice. So I'm going to start off, I'm going to go with the order that I read out. So I'm going to ask Stefan, if you wouldn't mind responding first, please, for 3 minutes maximum. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And thanks, and please be strict with me if I transgress the time. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this great workshop. I'm really happy to be here, and I think we heard the keyword transformation several times, and my first point I want to make is reflecting on this keyword or concept, transformative or transformation, because I think what is really needed is a willingness or desire to transform not only projects, project designs, infrastructures and so on, but also ourselves. And I think this very much relates to education and learning. And I think that we have to foster and create more desire for self-transformation everywhere in the world, in Europe, in Africa, and other countries. And I think if we want to succeed with this kind of initiative, we have really to focus on creating this need for self-transformation, for transformation of ourselves. Because if there is no need to transform yourself, these projects will fail. That's the first point. And the second point I want to make is completely different. The threat that comes from geopolitical intervention in our world. We haven't discussed this very much this morning, but there were some 2 or 3 allusions to it, and it's not only the elections in the United States, but it's also policy in Germany, everywhere, that hinders or as a great obstacle of collaboration on different levels. So we need a strategy to counter this geopoliticization of science, be it on the European level, on the national level, on the university level. So because these projects are great, but if the decision makers are not interested because they don't want to change, they don't want change, they go to Namibia and ask for green energy, and it's the Green Party minister. So who else would do such transformative work if even the party members of such a transformative party do not act accordingly? So we need a strategy, and I would be happy also to discuss this issue with you here and exchange different experiences in this regard. Thank you.
Marvelous. Thanks so much, Stefan, and thanks for sticking within your time frame as well. I'm going to now actually ask John, if that's okay, because I'm going to I'll just follow the order of how you're sitting. John, if you wouldn't mind responding. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think the issues that we are discussing are very germane, and the challenges of the inequitable partnerships that we have are very real, and we shouldn't wish it away, and we shouldn't think again that by just signing a charter, everything will be done. Signed so many conventions all over the place, but we still have numerous challenges. So the whole issue of, resource imbalance, the infrastructure imbalance, the values, practices, all those things continue to remain. So for us, working from the perspective of ARUA is the African Research Universities Alliance, which is an alliance of about 23 or so of some of the leading universities in Africa. And what we try to do is to see how we can address some of these challenges. in our own small way, because we think that if we tackle it from a small angle, then we could cascade it to a bigger platform. So for us, the whole issue of co-creation is very, very important for us. Because if we come to the table with the concept of co-creating, doing everything together, respecting one another in spite of the challenges that do exist, then we are likely to make some progress. As far as examples are concerned, ARUA has been in partnership over the last year with the Guild of European Universities to try and see how we can change the narrative. And we are trying our own small corner to deal with many of these issues, even though agreements and modus operandi has not captured the charter anywhere. Everything that we've been doing so far explicitly reflects the spirit of the charter. So we ensure that there is equity and mutual benefit when we all our negotiations and discussions. We respect diverse knowledge sources, and the fact that you bring more money to the table doesn't make you more important or wiser. So if I have the opportunity, I can go ahead and discuss some of the clusters of research excellence that we've tried to establish within this network. And I'll end by saying that ARUA is a signatory to the charter, and we are actually one of the main conveners within the African region, trying to facilitate the participation of all countries and all universities, so that we can bring some gravitas to the whole issue, because we believe that when we are in this together, then we can make much more progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for that. And thanks for using the example of the centres, clusters of excellence as well. It's a very concrete, useful example. Okay, Dominique.
Yes, it's okay. There is no, yeah, there is. So thank you for inviting IRD. Very shortly, IRD is a French research institute that works with African partners, but also Asian and Latin America. And I think we are trying as much as we can to embed transformative collaboration in our modus operandi. And because of time limitation, I'll go straight to 2 points I think are very important for us. The first one is the need to align our action on national priorities. And I think this will please a professor from Namibia University, because the idea is to produce knowledge and a research capacity of direct interest to the country. And to do so, there is things that we are already doing, and of course we can improve this. But to allow a constant dialogue with our partner, we position IRD representative in countries, also scientists, so we can constantly exchange, fine-tune collaborative action, and reciprocally understand each other institution interest. And I think interest is a very important word here. So besides the positioning of our scientists or representative, which allow us to take part in institutional discussion in the countries, we reciprocate. That means that we invite African partners to sit in our governing bodies and our institutional body. And for example, at IRD, we have a scientific council, which is fairly influential, which counts 20% of Global South partners, 10% of African partners, and the president of this scientific council presently is a professor from Congo. So this is very important to dialogue and understand each other. That's the first point, and to target important matters for the country we are working with. The second point, I will go very quickly, because it's very important as well, is that we try to work on long-term partnership engagement, very important long-term, very important also to have short-term projects to know each other. But at some point, we see collaboration as a continuum of complementary action, whether it's research, knowledge production, adding value to this knowledge, research capacity, etc., etc. But to do this, we develop a partnership tool with our partner. And there is one in particular I want to maybe describe a little bit more. It's a joint international laboratory. So what is it? It's a group of scientists from Africa and France working together and developing analytical platform. And this laboratory is located in the national institution in Africa. So it's building in an institutional African partner premises. The laboratory itself is co-led by 2 directors, one south, one north, and there is also a scientific committee, which is actually mixed committee, but also orientate the decision. And very important, all involved parties contribute, so whether it's salaries for a scientist, or whether it's an equipment, or whether it's premises. But it's very important, it's a really joint funding support. And it's for a period of 10 years with a mid-term review at 5 years. And if all goes well, ideally, this laboratory becomes a full national institution, and we carry on, of course, working with it. So there are tools we can probably improve very much, but there are some action we can do now, I mean.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dominique. Okay, Giacomo.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. It's a very great pleasure to be here in this very timely, relevant Africa Charter. Well, very briefly, I'm privileged in the sense that I'm probably, as most of you, incorporating multiple identities. So I'm a professor, so a lecturer, but also a researcher, and part of E4Impact, which is a network inside the Catholic University in Milano, where I'm an assistant professor. And I will say that a first important point, which with this challenging question that you asked us, I can recognize is that we need to understand how knowledge is connected with the hands. So I will say means of collaboration, so everything that entail our work needs to be connected with an end. And transformation for me, and a transformative collaboration in this sense, it's very effective when produce some changes, impact. And perhaps the name of our foundation that we created in 2015, E4Impact, incorporate this aspect, because for us entrepreneurship is a way to provide change, to provide social and environmental impact. And we do that, we pursue this hand through basically developing master program, mainly together with other certificates, different kind of programs with African universities. We created an alliance of more than 20 universities in Africa and different countries, with the idea of creating synergies between of course, Italy and African country, but also within the African continent, which is very diverse, but share a lot of challenges, a lot of social and environmental challenges, together with countries. And in this network, what I could recognize very relevant is the synergies between research and practice. So in this sense, research and knowledge generated should be effective if it's touch the real needs and can foster real change. How we do that? As I said, training is the first point, but research is very important for us to build training in co-creation logic with the African universities, African researchers, scholars, because trainings need to be customized for entrepreneurs. You cannot just take the enterprise entrepreneurs as a standalone phenomenon. It's very embedded in the society, in the roots. And also, entrepreneurs are not just students coming to the university, let's say the middle-class entrepreneurs, but Africa is very characterized by the informal settings. Just to offer an example, in this informal economy sector, which have been really engaged, we started to have a program with the Uganda Martyrs University to train fishery entrepreneurs, so entrepreneurs in the fishery sector. And it was very relevant to, with the research, to really deep dive into the basic needs, into the needs of these beneficiaries of the training sessions, to then craft these trainings. And to craft this training required us to integrate also some kind of institutions in the field. For instance, the Kampala Authority, and different players, because you cannot also operate standalone in this kind of training session. So this is just to say that when we think about research, need to be very directed toward certain goals, and probably we should recognize sort of alignment among actors toward this certain goal. And if for impact is, more active in the entrepreneurship, but of course it's is requiring different type of knowledge. So interdisciplinarity is a leading aspect in research to foster this impact.
Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you very much for that. Okay, last but not least, Professor Hammer.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. I'm so happy to be here and very grateful for this whole initiative. You asked three kinds of layers of questions. One was about constituencies, one was about meaningful transformation, collaboration strategies, and concrete examples. So I'm going to try and, first of all, the matter of constituencies is quite complicated. I'm president of the European African Studies Association, so we have great constituencies, 40-member institutions across Europe that address Africa. That's a very powerful tool which we might want to draw on, and I'll talk about that maybe later. But within one's own constituencies, say Denmark, I sit in the Center of African Studies in Copenhagen University, and on the one hand you can have a constituency that is some part of the research funding environment that's very keen and represents a lot of these ideas of equitable partnership. But then you have the Danish government and donors in general that have no clue, I'm sorry to say, no clue about what these questions really are and no accountability. So I think the other point about constituencies is that they're very layered and uneven in terms of who is behind us, what's our hinterland, who's close up, and we have to take account of that. That also applies in an African context where it's far from even in terms of the institutions, the governments in which those institutions are placed. So, we have ideals that we're working on, but we can't idealize any side of this partnership. I think that's very important to make a point about. In general, about strategies for meaningful transformative collaboration, these things have been laid out incredibly well. There were many things, especially Isabella sort of laid out in more detail. So just generally, things that one has to start with are consciousness about historical and present contexts, not just only colonialism, but coloniality and how that's playing out. The fact that collaboration should not be rushed. They take time. You use the word organic, sometimes they're organic, sometimes they have to be pushed, but we really have to understand process, and rushing is not very helpful. And then, of course, the point about making very explicit in those collaborations what everybody's needs and interests are, and being honest about them. Not pretending, not idealizing again in those things, and naming financial, intellectual, professional, even personal interests that are at stake for everybody. And for me, there are keywords in these sort of conversations: mutual solidarity, clarity, curiosity, respect, co-learning, co-dependence, co-investment. Those are all sort of keywords that I think have to be part of these things. Then I just want to give, if I've got a minute, 1 minute?
30 seconds.
Okay. Just to say that in a collaborative project that I run, but I co-run it with partners in Ghana and Uganda, we've taken up all these things actively. The financial practices and administrative responsibilities that are shared well, except, I have the bottom line on my shoulders, I must admit. We, on inclusionary and relational practices, thinking about the composition of all the researchers that are part of it, very diverse, the ethic of openness and belonging, of non-hierarchical engagement in research practices themselves. We have monthly team meetings, we have annual face-to-face meetings, etc. And then, of course, epistemic practices and dynamism. It's part of our conversations. What are we learning together? What are we challenging together in theory, in methods? And then the knowledge, ownership, and publications aspect. So how are we publish? How are we going to publish? We're a bit slow on it. What kind of partnerships, authorships, which places to publish? These are all parts of our conversations between Uganda, Ghana, and smaller partners in Denmark.
That's wonderful, Amanda. Thanks so much. And thanks for sharing those key words. They're still resonating in my mind. A lot of co-words there. But just to thank the panel very much. And and please start thinking about some questions for the panel. But just to briefly summarize what we've heard, I think, we've heard about the importance of the Africa Charter Initiative at this point in time, very prescient point in time. And we've heard about it from the point of view of Africa, how important it is in terms of the furthering the research agenda in Africa, not just for Africa, but for the world through co-creation. We've heard about the importance of governance, of research governance from various, from 2 or 3 of you, and you've given us practical examples about the multi-layered nature of governance and how we need to address that, which I think is really important to take into account. And you mentioned the governing bodies themselves, but also governments, and one could even extend that, I would argue, to the relationship between universities in the Global South and their communities, which is another layer that we haven't really talked about. But I think that does speak to the point as well, Giacomo's point about entrepreneurship and making research relevant as well. So just a few summary points there to get you thinking. But perhaps now we can take 2 or 3 questions from the floor. So panelists, I advise you to perhaps make notes, because we're going to take 2 or 3, and then I'll ask you each to briefly respond. Okay, Juliet, would you like to kick us off? Would you mind introducing yourself, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Juliet Kondana from the University of Nottingham, UNESCO Chair in International Education and Development and Coordinator of Association of African Universities, Regional Europe. So I wanted to thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the panel for some very insightful sharings. But I wanted to ask Arua. I just wanted to find out how much of the experiences of your constituency you are aware of. How do they, because you've mentioned that in your practice you try and apply the principles of the Charter. So how do, on the ground, how do African scholars feel about the way collaborations are done with colleagues from elsewhere?
Great question, thank you. Who else? Yes, the lady there. Yes. Is there somebody who can perhaps be a roving mic for this session? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. My name is Lise Rakner. I'm from the University of Bergen in Norway, and thank you for a super inspiring panel. I am going to go with the geopoliticization of our research, which is a kind of a pertinent topic this morning. What I wonder about is, and maybe the question goes to all of you, but particularly to Arua, does Africa need Europe? And are there similar kind of regional relationships, for instance, building with China? And where are like, what is the status of European-African collaboration at this point in a very, very changing and volatile geopolitical situation? So some of you, whoever feels ready to respond.
Thank you, and thanks for those 3 questions there.
I can take one.
That's great. Good food for thought.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm Dr. Jallo from the University of Bern. I would like to address my question first to, Stefan Melich, and also to Professor Agyapong. So first, Stefan Melich, what do you think about this geopoliticization of science in the African context? In Africa, or even in French-speaking Africa, we have a key moment, a blueprint in the geopolitics about Africa was le Sommet de la Baule, the Discours de la Baule, when François Mitterrand said countries that are not being democratically governed will not receive any more funding or support from France. And from that moment, that has been the key factor of everything in this country. And now we are living some countries now in the last years that are no longer democratic. There are military coups there in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, even in Guinea. And the academia is suffering from it because the colleagues there, they are no longer part of some funding agendas or many things. They are no longer part from Francophonie, they are no longer part from some, exactly. So they are, because the countries are no longer democratically led. So what should be done to keep on working with these countries as in the academia? So my second question would like to Professor Agyapong, because we are part of the guild and working with Arua. So to what extent would we foster more transformative challenges in our partnership with the Guild Arua, specifically in the context of the clusters of research excellence? Merci.
Thank you. Would you be kind enough just to briefly summarize your first question again?
So what should be done to stop this geopolitization of science in Africa?
Got it. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got several challenging questions there for the panel. Several of them seem to be targeted at you, John, so I'll let you start off. But just to briefly summarize, what do African researchers on the ground think about research partnerships? What is then when we had some questions, does Africa actually need Europe? It's a good question. And what about China? Which is another question. And then we had, what can be done about the current politicization, geopolitical context in which we're sitting. So maybe, John, if you could kick us off, and then we'll take 1 minute from each of the panelists in response to what we've heard.
Well, thank you so much. Looks like an Arua presentation, but I think it's in the right direction. The issue about the experience of the typical African scientist, I believe is varied. It's a spectrum from not too palatable to very good experiences. And this is not restricted to the 23 Arua institutions. I would say even before I engaged in Arua, I had been involved from various perspectives on research partnerships. And the challenges have been there from very long. The whole issue of an equal partnership has been there from very long. And many people have attempted to address some of these challenges. But you see, the issue is that when there is, as the English would say, he who pays the piper calls the tune attitude. if that continues to persist, then in spite of what you do, there is always some imbalance. So the question is, how do we address this imbalance? And in my opinion, I have been advocating for the contribution of African nations to funding research. Because you see, when you are part of it, it's a completely different ballgame. But as we speak now, again, we've all signed onto this agreement and these charters of committing at least 1% of our GDP to research. As we speak now, it's only South Africa that is doing 0.69%, not even 1%. Everybody else is low down there. So there is this concept of aid in research, and it is something that we need to break, and it is something that would change only when we begin to commit so much to the research. Because for now, it appears we are not committing too much to it. But in spite of those challenges, I believe a lot is happening now, which is beginning to change the ground. The ground is shifting. And I believe that now everybody sees that it is good to be in the good books of everybody. So everybody is signing. But for me, the key thing is, what do we do after the signing? And that is where AAU and ARUA have to play a very key role. I mean, AAU represents all the universities in Africa. ARUA is only 23 of those numerous universities. So we need to work together to ensure that this happens. The geopolitics of it is another issue altogether. In the last couple of months, the European Commission and the AU are trying to address some of these challenges through the AU Innovation Agenda. And so far, the discussion has been good. Again, the imbalance is so clear. When we try to engage the EU, there is a whole directorate that is responsible for this. You can engage very well. When you go to the African Union, just some 2 or 3 people, and it's very difficult to engage. So in as much as the spirit of getting things done is there, not much is moving on our side. Am I talking for too long?
No, you're doing fine, John, but maybe just to sum up, I wonder, I mean, given what you've said, does Africa need Europe?
Do we need Europe? I think we need each other. I'm serious about this. We need each other. When we started this core business, the clusters of research excellence, and we began to identify the common areas of research that we will be working in, when we began to look at the SDGs, and I'm a health professional, so let me zoom into that. We identified about 6 areas in health. The area of non-communicable diseases. I mean, everybody thought that the problem is Africa. But the burden of non-communicable diseases in Europe far outweighs that of Africa. And the addressing the challenges on the table, we realize that there is a lot of resources, I mean, human resource, brain resources, that is coming from the African end onto the table when we do these discussions. Sustainable energy. I mean, all those issues are very important to both sides. So it's not just one side needing it. I think we need each other to get things done properly.
Thank you.
As for ARUA and the Guild, I would have wished that we solved our problems within ARUA and the Guild. There is some imbalance, we know. There are some imbalances, and we need to address it. We are working at it, and I believe that within the course of time, even as we put the charter on the table, because the charter has not been put on the table officially within ARUA and the Guild. I believe once we put it there, the people from the Guild, the presidents and the vice presidents from the Guild universities are all very, engaging people, and they are very willing to engage with us. So I believe we can solve many of those challenges.
Okay, thanks so much. So I've given you a little bit more time because I think most of the questions were directed at you. So thanks for your thoughtful response to that. Do any of the other panelists have a brief response that they'd like to make? Very brief, because we do want to move on to the second. Maybe, yes, that's a good idea, yeah. Stefan, over to you.
Maybe I just can tell that 2 students at Cologne University founded a group where we meet since a year. It was their initiative to bring together people from different departments, disciplines, also maybe the international office, to reflect on this new geopolitization of science and how we can react and connect to each other, I think, and understand what happens, for instance, in German-Russian relations or European-Russian relations, German-Namibian relations, and so on and so forth. So just to get, as the first step, a larger picture and an overview of what happens in the world so quickly. And as a next step, I think we really need to organize ourselves. Organization and connecting and creating strong bodies like this initiative or other initiatives, and like we have the Global South Study Center in Cologne. I think it's a really very important network that strengthens ourselves and our concerns vis-à-vis policy that is destructive, that is very economic or particular political interest. So I think we all have to connect much more to each other and to invest time in science policy as well, because we can close our eyes and look away or just ignore it, but one day it will reach us. So it's also connected, of course, to global political development. So as earlier we start with organizing ourselves and founding common ground. And I think one point of departure, very shortly, is that we all have a need to unlearn what we have learned. And this could be the sharing of unlearning, but it's different. I have things learned which are really not good, so I have to unlearn these things. At another place, there are different things which people have to unlearn. And that can be a common ground, sharing this,
Great.
But it's different. And yeah, thank you.
Lovely, thanks so much, because that does actually lead us to the second main question, which is about these processes of learning and reflection. So that's very good that you've steered us in that direction. So the second question for the panel is, a suggested key step towards identifying or forging approaches to translate the transformative collaboration principles into practice across disciplinary fields is the pursuit of structured, participatory processes of reflection and review of extant collaborations against these principles. So in other words, a way of actually implementing the Charter is to critically reflect on what we're already doing. So with respect to your own institutions or networks, what prospects and opportunities do you see for pursuing such collective reviews? Okay, what challenges or barriers would arise, and what kinds of support or input would be required? So that is to say that processes of reflection are never straightforward. You're always going to come up against various challenges and barriers, especially given the deeply transformative nature of the changes that are being asked for. And what can your institutions do to promote these processes of critical review that will hopefully result in more transformative practices going forward? So I'm going to reverse the order this time in the interest of equity. And I'm going to ask Amanda, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off, but please be mindful of the time, because we do want to hear from everybody.
Thanks so much. And I think what I really want to start with is another key word for me, and that is accountability. And one of the things that is problematic is that those in our constituencies or our networks, or those funding in particular, are not accountable. And one of the great things about the Charter is building this momentum, this movement, more than just networks, that will articulate things that people have to buy into, or are, if I could put it this way, shamed into buying into and being accountable for. So in terms of my own sort of arena, I think also there's a bit of the point about realism. I'm not going to answer Lisa's question, but I think there's realism about what can be done, when it can be done, where it can be done by whom, and being really clear, each of us in our own environments, where these histories of possibility and impossibility are, and sort of being very strategic and tactical. So really doing the work of identifying and mapping our own environments. So both this impatience to get things moving, but patiently understanding and doing the work. The one thing I'd like to give an example of, so I'm, as I said, president of the European African Studies Association, and that is a networking constituency, as I said, of 40 member institutions. But one thing that happened recently at the African Studies Association UK, that's never happened in my experience, is there was a call of a meeting of presidents or chairs of African Studies Associations who were present. It was the African Studies Association UK, USA, African Studies Association of Africa, the Lagos Studies Association, Ghana Studies Association, and the European. And we've never sat together. And one of the things that we agreed to do was to collectively and include as many associations as possible in mapping what we do, where we are, who are our own constituencies. And to me, this is one of the fora, a really important expanded constituency where we can make use of, where we can take the charter into that. Have I got room for one more thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing is that individually, we haven't talked very much about our own universities as a whole. We're in departments or centers or faculties or, that have initiatives. But one of the things that I think is really problematic is how limited the university-wide attention is to Africa, critical Africa questions, African studies questions, I'd call them. And there are some universities in Europe that have done something with that. Uppsala University, I have tried for years to get my own University of Copenhagen. They've said not a priority, and I think, what do you mean it's not a priority to map what is being done, Africa-related research and partnerships? But strategically, and this is a geopolitical question, Denmark suddenly decides, wake up, new Africa strategy. Suddenly they're talking about, giving more attention to research and making visible research related to Africa. So suddenly our University of Copenhagen, our dean, is saying, now let's start looking at who's doing what on Africa. And this is like 7 years of me trying, but because it's politically interesting, geopolitically interesting, China is on the continent, resources and greater authoritarianism, they're sort of starting to, so we will take that initiative up. And again, I see the Africa Charter as core to that kind of building across the whole university.
Thank you, Amanda. That's really helpful. Giacomo.
Oh, thanks. Well, to me, especially when I travel on the field for research and trainings, I think that the most relevant reflections start from listening the others, listening our partners, so our universities in the network, but also listening the end users, which are for us the beneficiaries of the entrepreneurship activity. So entrepreneurs come, inside the university, they get knowledge trainings, but then they go out of the building and they meet communities, they meet rural places, cooperatives. So we need really to also create safe spaces, give a voice to both the universities and all the other actors around in order to understand the needs of the context, provide contextualized research and then solutions which can come out from the research activity, and also spread this voice through, of course, the scientific production, so journal conferences. I'm very active in promoting conferences in management, so Africa Academy of Management, or other kind of events in Africa and also in Europe. Those moments in which you can share the outputs are very important also, and last point, for building an agenda as someone was saying before, providing solutions is not something that you can just take and it's done, but it's more a pathway and a journey that you can do together. And this journey requires also to put in sequence activities, also taking from different disciplines, for instance, in green management or sustainable energy. I mean, you can, of course, talk about entrepreneurship programs, but these need to touch engineering, other kind of disciplines that which we can build together programs for research and then practice. Otherwise, it's just a standalone activity that we do in the Faculty of Management and Entrepreneurship, which is separated from the other fields. But we should dialogue also among disciplines to find solutions together in research and then practice.
Thank you. Dominique.
Yes, thank you. So I found it a difficult question, but I think, well, definitely we need to improve on this transformative collaboration. So when we want to improve generally, we review. And in science, we have this long experience of reviewing, evaluating all sorts of project or structure or whatever. And we develop performance indicator, all sorts of tools. So well, maybe it's not directly relevant. But the thing is now, with this charter, which I believe really it's a powerful tool because it highlights a key point on what we should keep questioning, but also bringing external review is important. So now I would say for IRD, what I see is that we have some scientific strategic committee where we discuss a lot of science, and I think we have to push now more on transformative collaboration and this impact of the way we work. And even if we say we do it, we don't do it enough. But what we need to do also is open this group. We need to actually test with external group who think of this. Because what I realized also this morning listening to you all is we all have a specific jargon. We don't necessarily speak of the same thing. Monsieur, you were just using the word geopoliticization of science. Does this mean scientific diplomacy or not? I don't know. It's something we can discuss later. But I found it sometimes a bit difficult when we agree, we need it, but the operating phase is still a challenge ahead of us. But the thing is, we know about it and we cannot ignore it, so try our best.
Okay, thank you very much. John.
All right, thank you. Yes, I believe in addition to what my colleagues have said, for us in Arua, we also think that trying to identify a certain group that we can make an impact on, a difference going forward is something that we need to do. My colleague from Germany mentioned unlearning certain things. So we think that is the next generation that we need to be focusing on a lot. And for that reason, we want to be investing in a lot of graduate training, PhD training, and early career researchers. But even that has had its bottlenecks because we've designed, co-created, we've done all the good things. We said there should be joint supervision, there should be mobility, and then even within the African continent, the mobility is a problem because there are visa issues that we cannot deal with. When we talk about even moving between Arua and the Guild, it's even worse because to travel to Europe is a nightmare for the regular young African scientists. You apply for a visa and they tell you you don't have any travel history, so they won't give it to you. How do I travel? How do I get a travel history if you don't allow me to travel? You know, so, and it's very complicated. These are issues that we take very, lightly, but it is very, very critical. We had a typical early career researcher who was working from Makerere and needed to go to Glasgow to go and do some lab work, and it took forever. We had another one who was supposed to go to South Africa from Accra. It just didn't happen because the early career researcher arrangement was for 1 year fellowship. And you needed some permit, some resident permit, all kinds of things, which make it so difficult. So yes, we need to focus on the next generation, but if we really, really need to focus on the next generation, then the administrative bottlenecks need to be addressed. And that is where we need to bring our governments onto this table. So the universities may sign, but if the governments are not properly engaged, we may still have a problem.
Great, thank you very much. Stefan, last but not least. Whilst Stefan's talking, please do make notes of any questions you'd like to ask for the final round of questions.
I also would like to go in the same direction as John, emphasizing the importance of education and adding this dimension to thinking about how the Africa Charter can relate to teaching and to unlearning and to education. And I just want to mention one, I think, good practice or good example which exists, maybe not perfect, but interesting in this context, is the AGYA, the Arab German Young Academy. It's located in Berlin, so not in an Arab country, which is, but it's really a large program where people come together, young scholars from different countries. And I don't know if such a thing already exists, African, European, or African with other regions, but it really, it's a grown network. It gets stronger and stronger, and it's also doing lobby work. In the long run, it can really be helpful, and it's connecting over disciplines, and it's just a good example I would like to mention. And last not least, online tools, online co-teaching, which I, for instance, try to do regularly with a colleague in Egypt. That works sometimes, sometimes not, but it gives us new opportunities, and we should use these more and put pressure on our university to open classes, courses to whoever wants to learn. And there's so much potential, and that is also influencing in a positive way research, because out of these projects can grow other research projects and so on. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much, Stefan. So we've heard some really useful comments there, I think, from the panel. We've heard from Hannah the importance, from Amanda, the importance of don't give up with your institutions. You have to. It's an ongoing struggle and an ongoing fight, and I know many of us will relate to that from our own experiences. But we need to take the moment and seize the moment that the Charter presents to really advance that agenda. And we heard from Giacomo about the need for safe spaces to have these difficult conversations, but also the importance of interdisciplinarity. And I might also add to that, actually, transdisciplinarity, the importance of having conversations with constituencies outside of our universities that come from different knowledge traditions as well. And then we also heard from Dominique just how important this is, but how important it is to also bring in external voices and be able to listen to external voices in a review process. We heard from John the importance of the next generation in making these advancements, despite our racist European immigration policies that make it so difficult for scholars from the global south to come and actually participate in dialogues in Europe. And we heard from Stefan there as well about the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration. So we've had some very important comments there. Now let's take some questions from the floor. We've got one there. We've got a mic, please, for lady. And again, if we could, panelists, if I could encourage you to make a note of the questions. Okay, yes.
Yeah, my name is Louise Nolle, and I come from Denmark. And maybe I'm the only participant from Denmark here. I work at the Technical University of Denmark, and I'm also an alumni of University of Copenhagen, social science. I was hired 6 years ago to develop strategic university partnerships with universities in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. And I really see what's happening in Denmark as right now we have this new Africa strategy. There's also a lot of focus on India. And I see it as a really big opportunity. We've actually established, because of that, a new university network that includes all Danish universities. We are only 8, and we're trying to create a strong platform for collaboration with lower and middle income countries. We are also collaborating with partners in Europe and in the Nordic region on this topic, and I would like to invite you to also be part of this platform. So we're doing our best, and I truly agree that there's also a need for capacity building at different European countries.
Thank you. Whilst who would like to ask a question? The gentleman there, and a lady there as well. But just whilst we're waiting, Stefan, you also raised the point, which I didn't summarize effectively, which is about the importance of teaching in all of this as well, and how the knowledge cycle involves both research and teaching, and their interpenetration. So that's an important point to consider. Yes. Who was it? Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Jan Kennis. I'm working for Vleros. Vleros is an umbrella organization here in Flanders of all the higher education institutions working in the global development sphere, let's say, or the global collaboration sphere, I have to say. I have a very simple question, but we have the last few years invested quite a lot in applied research and universities of applied science and arts. And I'm wondering what your views are on the role of these in this context. Thank you.
Listen.
Thanks so much. My name is Susan Murphy. I'm an Associate Professor in Development Practice from Trinity College in Dublin in Ireland. I don't believe I'm the only Irish woman in the room. That would be just about impossible. I'm looking around and I think I may well be, so that's quite exciting. It's certainly a first for me. First of all, I want to say thank you for a really rich discussion today. It's been really, really enjoyable, and I have to say I'm really enthusiastic and excited about what I've heard. My question is related to, we've heard an awful lot today about, very much about challenges across different scales, very different kind of units of analysis and commentary, from geopolitical right down to individual scholarship and scholarship outputs. And so I suppose, some of the biggest challenges that I have experienced in kind of 15 years working in as an academic and as a researcher in development practice has very much been a lot of the structural barriers as well, in terms of who's setting the agenda for research, and then who can access the funding for the research. That then flows down to who actually gets to do the research, how the division of labour then takes place, where the responsibilities sit and into decision-making spaces. And so I think, we've heard quite a bit, and I think, Professor John, you've made some really, really important comments today about some of the barriers that we face that are structural barriers from funders in particular, either the lack of funding that is available, or indeed when the funding is available, how we can actually distribute that funding. From an Irish Research Council perspective, for example, I have applied with dozens of researchers, of emerging scholars, for scholarship funding for PhDs, some of which have been successful, many of which haven't. And the funding actually doesn't provide sufficient funding to cover the cost of that student. So that is a structural barrier that I'm lobbying for, certainly on the national level, to try and have that addressed. Similarly, I ran a project for a number of years, and a little bit like Professor Amanda, I was the one who had to take responsibility for the funding, even though all the work was taking place with my partners in Tanzania, which I found to be extremely problematic because it creates hierarchies rather than actually dissolving those hierarchies. So my question to the panel is, where do we start? Do we start with a focus on our individual universities, or do we come together and find ways in which we can influence into those funding structures? You mentioned government structures. It is intergovernmental entities also, I feel, that we need to be having an influence around. But it's really to kind of get a sense from the panel, where do you think we start with this, at what scale, and which units of analysis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So where do we start with this, the unit of analysis? arts? How can we apply these principles in relation to arts? And the first question there from the lady, if you wouldn't mind just repeating it. It was more of a comment, more of an invitation. Okay, right. Well, in that case, let's start with where should we start this time? Yes. No. I think it's. Let's start with you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, and thanks for great questions. Just in relation to what Louisa was pointing out, I think that demonstrates another issue, which is visibility, transparency, connectedness. There is so much going on in this room alone, let alone in individual countries, where people are not finding each other. And there's a big question about how do we get past our own silos, our own sort of institutional or network interests, and make ourselves visible to one another. So I think that's a big part of this project, this process. And then in terms of where do we start, I go back to my point about and units of analysis. Everywhere simultaneously, depending on who we are, where we're positioned. We have to see where our comparative advantages are, where our points of entry are. You know, what are we most proximate to that we can influence? How can we build networks that are beyond that? I don't think it's an either or, like where do we all start? I think we have to start where we're able to start with the possibilities, but build beyond those. So that would be my general comment about that.
Lovely, thank you. Giacomo.
On this, I agree that we need to find out entry points. I found mostly more informal barriers, I would say, informal obstacles, which are more regarding differences in the orientation towards certain goals. For instance, when I met many of the stakeholders in some research projects, they, for instance, wanted to show more like positive results. Whether I was more interested into deep diving into the challenges of the beneficiaries or the entrepreneurs or whatever it is. So the kind of misalignment is there. And sometimes is more on a cultural side, some other times more on purposes, differences in interests. So I think that, finding ways of integrating really into the design of research and then teaching and then practice solution, it's one way. So keeping interest in common, sharing interest and finding a common ground for touching the real needs, because at the end of the story everyone is interested to solve challenges. And for this reason, I think I agree perfectly that we, as Europe, we need Africa and Africa needs Europe. So I always find these creative approaches in the indigenous practices always relevant also for me, you know, and indigenous practices of Italy probably also relevant to some of the African context. So I found a lot of synergies in diversity, but in the end we need to find these entry points and common ground which we can touch together to be aligned instead of misaligned.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I have a very short comment following on what you were saying about this mosaic of action that we all do on our own institution and own level. And I think there is also this, I don't know, you aggregate or you organize, but I don't have a question, the answer, of course, but it's something we see as much as in the strategic partnership as developing scientific research program. There are too many initiatives, actually. I don't know how we actually gather. There are many platforms now, so we have central platform, we even have like African platform on. So I don't know, but for me it's this profusion of activity is great, but at the same time, how do we capitalize on all of this? So that's what inspired me just now.
It's a really excellent point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would just also want to reiterate the point that this is a multifaceted problem, and we've all analyzed it and seen that there are so many areas that we need to address. So, in my opinion, I also think that we need to have a multi-pronged approach to this, and we must bring our best expertise to the table. And I don't think it is necessarily a linear approach. I mean, we need to approach it from various angles. The issues that we've identified all need to be addressed simultaneously. I think somebody asked about the relevance of applied universities or applied, applied research. I think it is very, very important. The whole issue of knowledge generation and translation of the knowledge for the benefit of the population is very, very important. And I think ultimately that is what we are looking at. So, yes, as many academics, we may be focused on the publish or perish approach to things, but there is very important space for applied research. One typical thing that, as a health professional, I mean, really intrigued me was the fact that vaccine uptake became a very big challenge during the COVID pandemic. I mean, it wasn't just at that time, but even basic immunizations to our children in some communities was a big problem. And you needed to understand some of these issues through implementation research, applied research, or whichever angle you take a look at it. So, yes, we are not just talking about the typical research that everybody knows. The point is that all research and all knowledge generation and the application of knowledge for the benefit of the people, for me, is very important. If we don't apply the knowledge that we generate, then it becomes problematic. And providing institutions that focus on applied research, the necessary resources to do their work is also very, very important. In many parts of Africa, we tend to put those in the back burner. And it's about time we really start up. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Stefan.
Okay, I like to end on I try to end on a practical note. How to create common or good common ground. I would like to refer again to what Amanda said at the beginning about clarifying roles, clarifying interests, clarifying expectations. If we work in a team, I think there could be a very practical tool to have a kick-off workshop and then 2 years later or 1 year later another workshop where we really do this in a very systematic way, because it's so important that to create connectivity, clarity, transparency, and also commitment. So if we would work more, if you would use this tool more, and maybe we can also use these 6 layers from the Africa Charter, epistemologies, concepts, theory, and really go through and discuss this on a very equitable level and critical level, and then maybe that could be used to become more transformative. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So I think we need to break for lunch very shortly. And looking around the room, I think a lot of people are agreeing with that. So we won't detain you for much longer. But I would like the panelists just to finish off with just one or the most 2 sentences, just to as a takeaway for the audience. So I'm going to ask you in a moment. But we've heard in response to the first question the importance of the Charter Initiative, both in terms of epistemic justice, the social justice issue, but also in terms of the realities of dealing with the unsustainable development on the continent and indeed in the world. We've heard that Europe and Africa need each other. It's not a one-way street. There's a codependency that we tend to forget in these days of geopolitical tensions and the rise of ethno-nationalisms and so on. But we also heard in the second round of questions about the challenges, the tremendous difficulties of doing this kind of work, the need for an interdisciplinary but also a holistic approach to understand that the Charter works at different levels and we need to address each of those levels simultaneously, and the importance of ongoing collaboration and dialogue at different scales in order to do that. So I thank you that's a panelists for your contributions. And if I could just ask each of you just to give 1 or 2 sentences as a takeaway gift for the audience from today's panel. And I'm going to start with you, Stefan, and work this way.
I wish you really interesting discussions, and we go deeper and become really concrete in our discussions later in the small workshops. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we need to get practical from Stefan. Good. Roll our sleeves up. John?
Yeah, I think the whole issue of equitable partnerships should be looked at from a long-term perspective, and we must invest in it.
Yeah.
We need to build this relationship, and trust is very critical in building relationships. So let's look at the long term and build the relationship based on trust. Thank you.
It's a long road we have to travel on. We need mutual respect and reciprocity. Thank you.
Well, I might not be very original, but for me it's more dialogue, long-term commitment, and we also have to acknowledge that we have a very diverse population, so it will take time because we all have our background and we are all aware. But we have to adjust and be transparent as much as possible, I think.
Yeah, so again, yeah.
I will mention that as a takeaway for me also, research should be not just on Africa phenomenon, so real needs, real problems of the population, and not also with African scholars, but should be for the African population and for the world. So I take away this aspect of directionality toward certain ends of the population also, which the knowledge is directed to.
My last point is just to, while of course it's Africa, Europe sort of initiative we're talking about, my last point would be about Africa being considering itself as its own center. And when we talk about publishing and all the rankings and the measurements, it's so still that the global is not actually really global. So much more focus on Africa-defined versions of what matters in research and in institutions and in capacity building and in relationships. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Okay, so final thank you. If we put our hands together for the panel, please. And put your hands together for yourselves. Well done. Thank you.
So my name is Juliet Tondlana from the University of Nottingham. I am the coordinator of the AAU Europe Regional Office. I'm going to be moderating this session, very interesting session, where we are going to hear from early career researchers, sharing with us their experiences of researching and collaborating with colleagues in Africa. So without much ado, I am going to very quickly introduce them. So we have Dr., when I call out your name, just wave, please. Dr. Ovi Augustine Degbini, sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. I think I will leave the introduction to him because he's, part of talking about his experience, he will tell us who he is and what he is. And then secondly, we've got Ms. Bisitu Abate from Addis Ababa. Then we have Wesley Maraire. Wesley, if you can wave, please, thank you. And lastly, we have Stephanie Perazzoni. Thank you very much. So we would like to hear from them. They are early career researchers, but have very diverse backgrounds, which will reflect these experiences that they're going to be sharing with us. So we are going to start by hearing from Stephanie. Stephanie.
All right. Sorry, not used to mics. Thank you so much. So I'm the principal investigator of a 4-year research program funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation at the University of Geneva. The research undertaken in this project basically looks at the governance and usages of urban public spaces in Kinshasa, in DR Congo, and in Abidjan in the Ivory Coast. Conceptually, the project borrows from post- and decolonial theory, new materialism, radical feminist theory, and southern urbanisms. And as such, it mobilizes a critical methodological approach grounded in collaborative work. So this program counts 13 project partners and collaborators, 6 of which are formally integrated in and funded by the project and are based in Abidjan and Kinshasa. These 6 researchers are MAs and PhDs as well as professors. And we collaborate with them across 5 key areas: refining the methodology of the project, data collection, analysis, results, dissemination workshops, and publications. Now that this is out of the way, let me reflect on a few points that have been quite instrumental in shaping my experience as an early career researcher actively committed to Africa-Europe collaborations. Now, a point of entry could be the unequal division of labor that we mentioned and the high-value work that is still carried out in the Global North. Of course, this is true. For the longest time, I have witnessed African colleagues being called fixers and brokers, when really they were researchers, oftentimes senior researchers, with a long experience in conducting and designing social scientific projects. So yes, theorizing, analyzing, and publishing are still the main prerogative of the Global North. In many instances. Now, I want to bring in some real-life problems into this statement, not to make it untrue, but to de-essentialize what the Global North and Global South might mean. Just like it's been done to the Global South, the Charter, as it stands, seems to assume the Global North is some kind of homogeneous block of people and institutions. These people being tenured professors and the institutions being wealthy and well-functioning. We all know that this is not how higher education works anymore across Western context. There is a word between Oxbridge or Harvard or city colleges across the US. There is a word between fully funded PhDs and full professors, the gap being populated by precarious and overworked PhDs, adjuncts, short-term lecturing positions, and one-year postdoc programs. As an early career researcher, my experience has been threefold. First, I have failed in encouraging genuine participation into the research design of my projects with my colleagues in Abidjan and Kinshasa. Despite asking for their inputs and discussing the topics with them, I have generally received very little feedback on their part, mainly due to the project submission timeframes and a very busy work life in universities, where my colleagues have to deal with far too many internal, professional, and personal issues that do not give them the time or headspace to read through drafts and sit at tables to work on a project they know very well that they will not be the PIs of. On my side of things, early career scholars have to juggle a 100% job while doing care duties and institutional tasks, while also almost immediately having to look for another job and submitting funding applications, all of which with the institutional or administrative assistance that ranges from 0 to none. Second, once the project is running, if you're lucky enough to receive the project, the tasks of managing, administering, leading, and coordinating, the entirety of the project falls on the shoulders of the junior researcher, who receive, again, few assistance to carry out those difficult and time-consuming tasks from their universities. This basically leads too often to young researchers who are stretched thin even before the work has begun, all the while searching for permanent academic positions which might never come. Then we have in Switzerland things like the KFP, which is a bit the equivalent of the Charter, and then we have the Charter's guidelines, which exist, and this is a great thing, to help us improve and learn on how to conduct and design collaborative research projects. but which in a precarious labor market, political backlash targeting universities, fierce competition, and the shrinking of public monies, risk adding more pressure and more labor on an already precarious staff, without acknowledging that it is precisely that junior staff that is often the one doing the most and sacrificing the most for the universities, and will therefore be the ones contributing the most to better equity in partnerships. So it was mentioned earlier that collaborations take time and that it is a process, and we can all agree on this, but what happens when we don't have time? So the Charter, I think, should be designed in ways that account for current political, financial, and economic realities on the state of our higher education system, both in Africa and in the global north that is mentioned in it. Thirdly, this is somehow interesting because those conversations already hold with our colleagues in Abidjan and Kinshasa. We don't talk about it because it would seem like an additional burden to put on everyone at a moment where stronger solidarity between academics, north and south, would be a welcome endeavor because the politics of dismembering public university systems in Europe, where suspicion and tension run high, will hold adverse consequences on building fair and fruitful collaborations with our colleagues in Africa and beyond. This will inevitably create a hostile environment for sharing money, infrastructure, and scientific work with our non-Western counterparts. Now, of course, and I'm almost done, I could also mention other issues which we have talked about, including money, gender relations, and power hierarchies. But for lack of time, I will wrap this up now. I want to end this on a more positive note by saying two things. First of all, I thank you all for inviting us and being prepared to listen to the hard facts and to the discomfort that these conversations might bring out. It's fairly rare that ECRs are asked to contribute to these kinds of endeavors, and for this I am truly grateful. Secondly, I'm still optimistic. I'm optimistic because the young and sometimes less young colleagues I've worked with in the past 10 years in this industry are brilliant and courageous individuals. I'm optimistic because they've all worked ceaselessly to generate groundbreaking research together in spite of the mounting difficulties we all face. And as such, I'm quite optimistic that the Charter we are being presented with today will account for the political, economic, and social realities of our contemporary world, making for a more complicated, yes, but more honest contribution to building a truly transformative science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for that really powerful and illuminating account. And I'm sure the audience will want to follow up on some of the things that you've said in the Q&A session. But we'll move on to Ovi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ovier Augustine Adegbena, Ovier Miss King. So my PhD is in hydrobiogeography and fisheries, Nigeria, and the second PhD in water resource science at the Rhodes University in South Africa. I was asked to share my perspective of my research with some European partners or collaborators. I would say I've had quite vast experience as far in collaborating with researchers from Europe. First and foremost, I want to talk about some of the advantages I've gathered. First is the opportunity to be visible globally in terms of maybe publication and other form of research output. Then there has been some level of exposure in terms of application for grants, grant writing and article writing. And I've also had some experience with collaborating in a research topic, special issue research topic. I've done one, I'm currently doing one now with my host at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. We're looking at the effect of climate change on urban streams in the Anthropocene. We want to know how climate change is affecting urban stream aside the urbanization and the industrialization that's affecting these urban streams. We want to know how the climate change is also affecting them. So I would say for my first experience with the first collaboration in terms of research topic, it was quite interesting, but I would say that it was also hectic because I was the lead in that research topic. I was the lead guest editor, but it appears that I did most of the work. You know, you do the writing, you drafting, and everything, even including the editorial. So my European partner then did much about that, and that one, in contextualizing the research topic. Now, this point I'm also doing, I can also say that I'm also doing most of the work. Though I'm the lead editor, but I drafted and just sent to them, they make some input. But the beauty of it is that at least they are contributing, and with the little comments you get from here and there, you kind of improve on what you are doing. Then I will talk about some of the disadvantages, like the Africa chapter is saying, on the concentric cycle, issue of language barrier. Yeah, I'm also a member of the Global Young Academy. We have some kind of working group where we do some research as well. I'm currently the co-lead of climate change and disaster risk reduction working group. So the issue there is one, first, you tend to not understand what your fellow working group members are saying. Issue of language, in terms of accent, you struggle to hear what they are saying in meetings like this. Then, how does that affect you? You will not be following up what is being discussed in those kind of meetings. Then the superiority of ideas. Now, the man from Europe or other parts of the world, South Africa, will want to say his or her idea is more superior than yours. But I have this principle, I don't believe in that. So I push for mine with concrete evidences, concrete ideas, and some of the times I get through. So then in terms of funding, like for the expense of Global Young Academy, there's a lot of funding allocated to working groups. Sometimes my working group as the co-lead, we are two. The funders who want to dictate to you how you are going to spend the funding. So we had one last year on this COP28. We wanted to send somebody to COP28. The funders were trying to say, we must send this person. We said, no, we are the working group co-leads. We know who is more active. And we are projecting that an African will be sent because of the issue of funding. The European partner, the European member they want to send is already in a very good university that can fund her. So I personally fought against that with my colleague who is from Lebanon. So the other day we got it and we canceled that and we said it might be an Africa scholar that will be sent to that COP28. So that is that. Now the other one is the issue of, I'll talk about idea. Then the issue of, aside the global organization, issue of your country of origin, even in collaboration with European partners or that part of research globally. Your country of originality also talks more about that. I've approached a lot of collaborators from Europe. We were talking, mostly when I was in South Africa, so they used to think that, oh, this guy is from South Africa, from Rhodes University. But the moment they get to know that, oh, this is not from South Africa, it's from Nigeria, for instance, they will want to go off the collaboration. That will be the end of it. I've had about 2 or 3 examples, similar experience like that, when I wanted to apply for the Humboldt postdoctoral. We were talking very well, but the moment I told him, this is my research area and others, I didn't hear from him till today. So that's one of the disadvantages I've had. Then, I think for now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Wow, Ovi, I mean, you've just shown us, the complexity. You've gone even deeper from Stephanie, the complexities of collaboration. There is South-South, because sometimes you think, the charter is only for North and South, but we've got a South-South dynamic there, and then linking that to Europe. So thank you very much. We move on to Ebisitu.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ebisitu from Ethiopia. I'm a third-year PhD student in the School of Medicine, Biochemistry Department, School of Medicine, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So my research project is on drug discovery. It's plant-based study, drug discovery for colorectal cancer. So I don't have that much experience in collaboration, but I will try to briefly reflect on what I have been through to all this time. So this is my first time speaking in front of such a number of distinguished experts, so I might be a little bit nervous, so I would like to ask you to understand me and support. The need for the collaboration between Africa and Europe is unquestionable, because we can't, because I'm here as well, I'm here because of the collaboration, because of the Coimbra group scholarship for the young African researchers. But the question is, most of the time, the existing collaboration is mostly focusing on the completion of the research and also publication of the researches. So the problem is there is no linkage between the research output and the practice. It doesn't apply on the resolving the problems within the community. So this is what I have seen from the existing research collaborations between Africa and the other nations. So that's why I support this initiative, because it focuses on transformative research collaboration. So in order to link the output with the practice, we need the transformative research collaboration. From my experience, since the advantage is already known, when I want to focus on the disadvantages of the existing collaborations. So, for instance, if you take me, I'm here for only 3 months, and my project is abroad, and most of the collaborations are short-term focused. So, after the 3 months, it's over. I have to go back to my home country, and I should look for other opportunities. So 3 months is most of the time the collaboration is like for training or fellowship. It's not enough for research. So for me, I'm still learning, I'm still adapting to the new environment, the new instruments, and the new lab environments. So one of the disadvantages and the drawback of the existing collaboration is the short-term focuses. So the other thing is the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy, when we try to collaborate with other European countries, there are a lot of bureaucracy in both continents. For instance, if I can tell you my experience, to come here, I have to spend 4 months processing the visa. So, in the first time it's rejected, so I have to ask for another invitation letter that extends my, the invitation should be extended one month more, so I spent 4 months. I would have lost it. So this is one of the problems. Even it's not only the visa, there is a bureaucracy at the local institute as well. So we have to work on this if we want to have transformative research collaboration between the two continents. Yeah, the other thing is like the disadvantages. It may result in dependency of the long-term dependency of Africa on Europe. So I want to say for us future perspectives, the collaboration should also include the enrichment of African research institutes with research infrastructures. So this can promote the intra-African research collaboration. So it can promote the Pan-Africanisms. So this will lead to development of research clusters within Africa, and also contributes to the socio-economic developments in Africa as well, because we don't only focus on taking students from Africa, training them for 3 months or 6 months, and they go back to home, so that will evaporate without any well-equipped research institutes within Africa. That will be meaningless, I think. So yeah, it's good to have a capacity building, but without any well-equipped research institute in our home country, I don't think it's that much. So the other thing I want to also add is like facilitating Africa-based workshop with stakeholders from different Africa countries, with African experts. That also helps to focus the policymakers, the government, to focus on research areas, and also to reduce the bureaucracy regarding these collaborations. So Also, it's good to arrange capacity building training as we are doing now. So if we have well-equipped research institute in Africa, those that trainee from Europe can become trainers when they get back to their home countries. So finally, it's better to strengthen the continental science database. That means the African research science databases. So that's what I can say from my short-term experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, EBC2. You were not that shy. And you shared some really, very useful, local, realities, and not only that, but what can be done, to help. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to, lastly, Wesley.
Thank you. I'm at the University of Bergen, where I wear multiple hats. On the one hand, I'm a research project manager on a project called Habitable Air, Urban Inequality in the Time of Climate Change. The project does research in South Africa, Germany, and in the US. And part of that is the collaboration between South African-based researchers, German researchers, and American researchers. But the project is funded by the Norwegian Research Council and the European Commission. On the other hand, I'm on the Global Research Program on Inequality, which is coming to an end by the end of this year. And the research program sets an agenda for global collaboration, including with African countries. Now, I want to start with Habitable Air project, which still has several years to go. Now, the project is, on the one hand, it shows the challenges of collaboration, but it also could be a best practice that could potentially be a standard practice. The research question started off with an American researcher who's based at the University of Bergen, funded by and answering a call from the Norwegian Research Council. Now, what that means is, in as much as you tried to go to South Africa, Germany, and the US, where she comes from, to go and say, what are the problems of air pollution or fence line communities that are neighboring extractive industries? What are the problems that they are facing? The ultimate, and creating a consortium. So on the one hand, it's best practice to say the research question was created collaboratively, but the idea was hers to start with. And she was answering a call from the Research Council that needs only one principal investigator, PI. So what that means is, we still talked about right before we started, that perhaps the project already starts with a power dynamic. So even though there are researchers who are quite senior to her, published and cited more than her, she is the PI and gets to call the shots in terms of where the money goes, how long research is done, but also complying with the Research Council's guidelines. Because without that, so she has to be the editor of an edited volume, number one. If she co-authors, she has to be first author, because that is the guideline. And the University of Bergen as well will not make anything open access if the University of Bergen employee is not the first author. So that means, regardless of how much work anyone does, so you can go to consultants and try and go to the librarians and say, let's work out the percentages to find out who becomes first author. All of that falls on its face because of the guidelines and because that is the nature of where the money comes from. So on that one hand, the African Charter, on the other hand, is then saying we need to rebalance. And I'm looking at it and saying, no, wait a minute. There's no rebalancing here, because that assumes that there was balance to start with. So perhaps we need to first edit the language in there, unless I missed something, to say we want equity, but it's not a rebalancing because there was never balance, But it's also then to ask the question of what do African institutions and African universities want first? Not as a reaction to inequities that exist, because in my mind, we talk about decolonial or decolonization, which I think might be misplaced if we do it in reaction to the inequities that exist between institutions or between researchers. I think that's work that African, and I know the charter is African-led. I would urge more, perhaps, background information so that those of us who were not there when it was instituted, we are aware of the why and how we arrived at that, as opposed to a reaction to something that perhaps individual institutions or individual scholars were facing. And I say that to mean, if we know why we want the African Charter and what it ought to do, we have a position to bring towards the European counterparts. Therefore, we won't have a full professor working with an associate professor, but working as a glorified data gatherer or research assistant, because we would have laid it out, and the AAU would have in its own code to say this goes against our charter and our way of doing things. Now that's on the one hand of decolonizing. It's accepting that colonization is an event and we have to undo it. Now I bring it to our European counterparts and say, and I've sat on panels together with Lisa as well, where we've talked about decolonizing academia. And the more I've thought about it, the more I've now embarked on a curious journey of research on, do European institutions need to decolonize? The answer that I've come up with so far is no. Because if colonization is an event that happened, in this instance, to Africa, without looking at other regions, it's Africa that has to decolonize. Europe had a program of expanding empire. So therefore, they need to de-imperialize. The curriculums are not the same. And therefore, what University of Bergen has to do on the one hand, and the academics at the University of Bergen have to do, is very different to what the African universities have to do and the African academics have to do. Now, I understand that I belong to a fourth generation of African scholars, now with the privilege of having been taught by African scholars. Now, the other generations were unlucky in that they were educated abroad, and some of them came back, and then they taught the generation that came after that, but mostly they were educated away. And I say that to mean I belong to the Rhodes Must Fall movement and to the Fees Must Fall movement. So our thinking would be different. And when I look at the picture here, I can see as well why our ideas between my generation and this generation that created the charter would be different, even though we might belong to the same decolonial school. And I say this to say I find inspiration in Divine Fu, who came to see us at the University of Bergen last year. Now, he comes from the University of Cape Town, which is my alma mater. And he carries a different step when he walks and when he talks, because he comes from HUMA, which has multiple projects and multi-million-dollar projects. He came to us with the Global Research Program on Inequality to create a partnership, but he quickly refused to enter into a partnership between our small research program and HUMA, and emphasized the need to enter into an institutional partnership. And that's where I would want the African Charter and the AAU as well to then insist on not individual-based relationships. And I think it has to be explicit in the Charter as well, that we shouldn't have individual relationships, which had almost broken HUMA because the previous director went away with all his relationships. And all the funders went away. And now there were no collaborations because there's no two-way street between institutions. It was just one person who's director here and another person who's director there. So I think we need to be more explicit in how we do that. The last point I want to make is about ethics. Now, I work on the 9th floor with the Department of Social Anthropology. Not a single one of the PhDs who goes out to field work for a whole year in vulnerable communities has a consent form. I mean, people say they do, but when you speak one-on-one with these PhD students who do field work, and I bet it will be the same in other departments. They would say they do. When they send to the ethics committee, they will say that they will do a consent form, but none of them have it written down, and there's no way of checking if they indeed got consent from them. And I know at UCT, you have to provide the ethics committee to say, these are my signatures. That doesn't exist there. So the collaboration starts off well, and then at some point, there is no follow-up. So even as we talk about the Charter and the European colleagues wanting to adopt it as they come, we've got to then have a follow-up to that. But the most importantly, along with ethics, it comes with money. The first question that our moderator asked me was, who is sponsoring you? And it was very confusing for me because I sit uncomfortably as an African, but working in Europe. So that question, I said, well, I work at the University of Bergen. And in my mind, later on, it then hit me that Africans have to get sponsorship to come here. It hadn't occurred to me. You can't just wake up and say, I'm going to this conference, and up you go. So money is a big thing. And I mentioned this 3 years ago at a text conference where people were saying, what do we do? And I thought it was simple. Using Norway as an example, you have Equinor, which pumps oil and gas. And you have other oil companies operating in Norway. They pay 70% in tax, and they still make a lot of money. Equinor is now extracting in Uganda. They pay less than 15% in tax. Because if they pay anything more than that, it would be disastrous. They won't make any money. But we know that's a lie. So what we are saying is, once you say you want to adopt it, you've got to then have concrete steps of how are you going to influence the Research Council of Norway to say, we want to give, if it's Makerere University or whichever other partner University of Namibia, here is money so that you guys can be PIs and come up with research questions that are relevant to you. Otherwise, we're asking rhetorical questions. What are we going to do? What does this mean? And we sound smart, but we don't have concrete steps. So I would also then challenge the Charter to be very explicit about if you say you are adopting the Charter, you've got to then say how are you going to implement it practically together with the follow-up. A best practice example, Lisa is just becoming the co-director of Law Transform at the University of Bergen. They put their money where their mouth is. They found us and funded a South-to-South network that they have nothing to do with. They just said, you guys need to work together. You need meeting points. You need to attend conferences. You need to publish. Here's money, and go with it. And now we have publications that we've put our names to, and we've done research that is relevant to us without anyone saying, this is how you can use the money. So we've got Divine Fu and his institutional partnership agreements on the one hand, and we've got the Law Transform South-to-South network as another best practice that could become a standard practice going forward. That is sort of my reflection on Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wesley. Thank you. Thank you to all our early career researchers for some really thought-provoking comments and reflections which have got us thinking about how the Charter gets operationalized. But let me just give just time, because of our time, unfortunately, we had to really listen to what they are saying. But perhaps 2 questions from the floor. Anybody wanting to, or comment? Hmm? Yes? Oh, Mike.
Thank you. Honestly, I didn't want to be the first person because I was the first person before. So we are here with researchers. I've been used to speak with politicians, and we all know politicians lie a lot. What I like with this place is there's sincerity, there is solidarity. You were pointing the picture there, and I was very, very, very okay with what you did, because when you look at the picture, you see solidarity and you see sincerity. To be honest, I want to say about the visa issue. The visa issue is because sometimes we don't understand why we are refused the visa. I must be very direct with you guys. Sometimes we in Africa, when we go and ask for a visa at the embassy, we haven't gone through all the steps that are requested to be fulfilled. How can you go to the embassy and deposit your files, meanwhile you haven't, for example, given all the documents that were needed? And I want us to be sincere on these issues, because we cannot keep on being in a situation where we are victimizing ourselves. I know so many friends of mine, even me, I did that same mistake. I was refused visa 2 times, and after I did what I was supposed to do. It was because I didn't fulfill what the recommendations that were needed. So I want to say this. If we want visas, it's true that sometimes we don't understand why we are refused visas because of political issues. To take an example about France. France, you have the problem of people who entered illegally, who commit crimes, and they have to be sent back to their countries. But to send back an African person to his country of origin in Africa, there is a problem. There is a document they call in French OQTF. I think the researcher was there in the morning understand what I'm saying. OQTF is obligation de quitter le territoire. You can Google it and you have the translation. So when you don't have that document, for example, and you are committing a crime in France or in a European country, it's difficult to be sent back to your country. And when you are not sent back to your country, there's now the problem of visa. So they retaliate, what they call in French, mesure de rétorsion. So they use that opportunity to tell the African government that, okay, since you don't want to comply on the visa issues, we will refuse you, on the OQTF issues, we will refuse you visas. I don't know if I'm very clear on that, but there are so many political issues that sometimes goes beyond our understanding, and we do have our own part to play. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Another quick one. Anybody else?
Yes, hello, Hannah Aerts from Maastricht University. I have a question to you, the guy from Bergen. Thank you very much. Do you think there's a need of a charter for de-imperializing research, a European charter? Actually, I mean, is the current charter sufficient, or because there are many more points to make, I think, in that case.
And that can go, that's going where? Wesley, or any one of them could answer? Wesley, you want to?
With visas, I think it's a known fact that, with the UK, for example, which might be out of the EU, but it's a money-making scheme, right? If you calculate how much money they make from declined visas, it's in the billions of dollars, right? So we know that there's systemic, call it racism if you like, or discrimination that exists. So I don't deny what you're saying, but we're saying systemically there are barriers that stop people from coming here. I mean, we had a top scholar, you have top scholars who are well-cited, who also get refused these visas or are subjected to discrimination once they come. We had that in Bergen as well for the Holberg Prize, which they come in to collect 6 million kroners, and they struggle to get in. So I don't discount what you're saying on an individual basis, but systemically, I think there is general consensus on this issue of access. And regarding the European Charter, I think that's exactly where I would go with that. With the Nordic countries, or at least Scandinavian countries, they've started creating, they call it at least the Norwegians and the Danes have their strategies for engaging with Africa, right? And so they're very clear on what they need, and in the preamble it says Norwegian or Danish interests. So that's what's my call for the Charter, to say the Charter can't be reacting to the inequities of the past or of individual scholars and institutions. It has to say, how do we, without blinkers, what do we want? And I think they already had that conversation. I think it just needs to come out more from the Charter to say, this is our position, and this is the position that all the signatories are going to take going forward in how we engage with our European collaborators. And I think in that sense, you can then consolidate the different strategies that the countries, at least where I am based now, they already have a strategy for how to engage with African countries. And then if it's to be extended to the European sort of level, it would be coming from something that already exists. And I'm afraid that I don't see that in the African Charter.
Okay, thank you very much, Wesley. Just to round off, just mention that the Association of African Universities are already thinking ahead and see the need for the for the training of and setting up of research management structures in all African institutions in order to bring awareness to the leaders themselves to the need to ensure they embrace the Charter and they have the appropriate structures to actually do that. So it's in the pipeline, and as we continue to have conversations, we are sure that together both Europe and Africa will help each other to come up with structures that are going to ensure that we operationalize the Charter as it should. So thank you very much for enlightening us in that way. And we are happy that although we have eaten into the small group time, this actually provides some really good foundation or background to our discussions in the small groups, because now we are going to have to be thinking about some of the things that they were saying as we also reflect on our own personal experience, some of which will probably we may actually identify with what they are going through now. So,
Thank you very much to all of you indeed, and to Judith for the great moderation. We are now going to enter into the small group discussions. I hope you are all seated according to the plan, and I will give back the floor to Judith, who will introduce you how we are going to organize this session now. Thank you.
We are already seated according to our groups, and at every group we do have a moderator. So can all the moderators raise their hands so we make sure every table has one moderator? Yes, I think we'd. Do you have a moderator over there? I don't see any hand up. Do we want organizers? I think we are missing a moderator over there. So we might want to appoint someone. So the moderators will already know the questions that their group, their small group is going to be reflecting on, and you will all have registered for the mini board where we are going to respond and write our comments on our topics. So we are going to be looking generally on implementing the Africa Charter's principles for redressing the imbalances. The main question being, what does it mean in practice? What does implementing the Africa Charter's principles for redressing imbalances really mean in practice? And we're going to kind of reflect on that big topic by looking at our specific topics. You should have one topic to reflect on. And then the moderator makes sure that you record your feedback on the mini board. Okay? And how much time do we have? Sorry, I'm kind of working out how much time. What time is it? We're supposed to finish. Okay, so we have 30 minutes to have a discussion, and then we'll come back to plenary where we look at all our responses. 30 minutes, please. Thank you. So you've got a paper version of what we have, what was sent to you by email. So just to remind yourselves, you can get more detail from the handout that is on the table. We just want to hear from you, what you think about these parameters that we have. So we want some feedback. I was looking at the mirror board, and it doesn't look like we have, a lot of, feedback there. It must be the technology. It must be the technology, but never mind. If you have typed your work in your computer or one of the computers or handwritten somewhere, we will be asking you, requesting you to type and then email to, I think we're going to get the email to send them to at some point. Otherwise, thank you very much. So we are going to start by looking at number 1, Eurocentric epistemologies, theories, and concepts relating to the Africa Charter. Okay, so as I am not seeing any entry, I think I will ask, so we are not going to have everybody respond to all of them, so we're kind of having some of us responding, others, at different, on different aspects.
In this round, we are only looking at the
number 1. Oh, I thought they were writing different things, all of them. Oh, we're looking at 4 and 5. Oh, good. So we can look at everybody's then. Thank you. It's me who has problems with the technology. Okay. So number 4, disparities in institutional resourcing and infrastructures. So we have not posted. Therefore, we shall ask number 2 to report, please. Number 2. Oh, we have 8 and 10. Okay. Sorry?
So, thank you very much. So we got everything on Word. We'll send it to you because it's too wordy for a post-it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot that came up in terms of challenges. How much time have I got? How many seconds?
Let's say quickly because some may.
So I'll start. I'll pick lack of strategic.
Only one.
Right. Lack of strategic vision on the global north side. A lot of the times it was felt there's lack of vision on how to cooperate with African institutions, lack of funding, disparities within region, but also within countries in both Global North and Africa. Not all higher education institutions have the same weight vis-à-vis the funders, and therefore the same track record and prospects for cooperation. Difficulty for institutions, administrations in the Global North to think outside the box and pathfind beyond their comfort zone when venturing in cooperation with African institutions, especially those that may not have yet the strong track records. Beyond funding, epistemic imbalances, patronizing behaviors from the Global North to Africa, inferiority complex the other way around, and also in some cases, risks for some African diasporas to come back and have a sort of superiority complex, if I could call it like that, vis-à-vis their peers when back in the institutions. Imbalances, risk of politicizing research, Africa's over-reliance, on the Global North funding for research and innovation, and that's for the challenges. But there's a silver lining, I promise. Solutions were also mentioned. For example, importance of working at institutional level, strengthening dialogues at ministerial level, ministries of research and university, ministries of foreign affairs in consultation, importance of fostering, adopting, implementing two-way exchange mobility schemes between Global North and Africa, Europe and Africa. Example of Utrecht University with University of the Western Cape was mentioned. Opportunity to leverage traditional and indigenous know-how on research and innovation within the African continent, with also practices coming from elsewhere in the world. And for Global North and European higher education institutions, the question and the possibility, and hence the question, how to work vis-à-vis Africa as an alliance in a possibly harmonized way. Thank you.
Okay,
Hopefully
thank you very
listen.
much. Wow. That's very thorough. So we just want to see, perhaps, if we go to table 2.
It was us.
Oh, that was you, sorry. Table 4. Table 4, if we go to table 4, we just want to see the extent to which we are actually in agreement, in sync on what we think. So table 4, please.
We are almost in agreement with what has been mentioned. But in addition to that, we have just noted in our table that there are different approaches to resourcing or institutional resourcing, where one institution on our table indicated that there is a policy not to fund projects outside of their jurisdiction. And that is something that therefore requires, as one of my colleagues said, what did you call it? Political lobbying. Political lobbying. Then there was an issue about differences in financial accountability, where one institution has got its own systems, while that is different from the collaborating institutions' systems. And we thought that that can also be perhaps addressed at the point of entering into a memorandum of understanding. And also even the African Charter may want to infuse that into their framework that they could be they are preparing towards resolving matters of accountability, financial accountability. Then an issue came up with, I think it was about financial sustainability, and this is an issue that, especially for the grants, and also there was also an issue that also came up around about the percentages that distributed across partners in terms of grants, in terms of the monies that go into research. And that is also something that we thought should be addressed at the point of entering into a memorandum of understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think if we proceed by just adding to the, to what has already been said without repeating the others, we might be able to hear from more people. So if we go to the next table, which is table 6, please. Just add 2, yeah. But when you submit, give us your whole list. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I will write it by email. Oh, thank you.
Apologies, because we were not able to write on the system there. However, and I need to put put away my glasses, otherwise I don't see anything. So in addition, with what was said, we individuated some other problems, but also some other potential solutions to these problems. So I will go very direct, and this is also a sort of a bit of self-criticism because we are the European institutions. The first criticism that was highlighted here was about the EU innovation agenda. And it was said that there is a lot of talk about it, but that concretely it's not visible how to access to any funding that would stem from this innovation agenda. And therefore, concerned this, it was also highlighted how sometimes the relevant directorate generals are disconnected at the European level between INTPA, RTD, the EU delegations, and the universities in Europe and Africa. Then it was stated that there are already some existing tools like newsletters and also agencies that are basically doing a constant scanning of Horizon Europe and also that are already foreseeing some trainings about how to write a proposal, how to write a demand, and so on. But it was also stated that these capacities are insufficient in the sense that, for example, we were informed that in Ethiopia there were 250 applications received, but only 40 places to mentor on how to write an application. It was in this framework suggested to create local, national focal points for Horizon Europe in all the potential recipient countries in order to have access to timely and meaningful information. And also it was said, and this is our conclusion number 5, that indeed there is a shortage of mentors, of funds, and there is a lot of lack of experience about how to write proposals, on how to write concept notes, on how to submit applications. Therefore, it was also suggested to make more use of virtual training. And then from our African colleague here, it was said that instability can also be an issue, both political instability in a country and in the institutional and university setups, because of course everything is therefore is then interconnected. And also, and this was from Stephanie, when there is granting, there is no calculation of what is called the overhead. So basically, administrative costs that are between 13 and 17% sometimes, so it's quite consistent, and they should be put into the calculation because, of course, this is all money that then goes from the kernel of the grant instead. And last but not at all least, there should be more attention to the interests and focus of what is demanded by African researchers. Voila. So this is from our side. Thank you very much.
You've taken all Sorry. No, it's okay. Thank you very much. So we want the others who haven't said anything, we will start with you next time. But if we go to number, because of time, I'm sure you want to have your tea shortly, your break. So on number 5, we will ask, who is this Juru? Go away, Juru. What's this one? No, I'm kind of looking at, what's underneath, never mind. So shall we have table 3, please? Asymmetries in concrete collaboration arrangements. Okay, oh, sorry, table 1. Table 1, sorry. Thought we had skipped table 1. We'll come to you after them.
Okay. Thank you. I think there's been a lot of discussion around funding issues across the tables, and it also came up with us. one of the things that came up relating to that is actually the administrative issues around funds and how to pay salaries on time, banking problems, etc. Another issue that came up in terms of challenges is who is actually able to do research. So we discussed some of the, through an intersectional lens, how some people are, you know, that the Charter doesn't necessarily address how some marginalized people who are generally marginalized from research actually cannot join these such collaborations, and how to bring them into the research. We discussed the issues of cultural differences in partnerships, and here some solutions were proposed, such as establishing a common research language, establishing common needs, whether it's human resources, equipment, etc. Mapping as a best practice, and also having very practical guides in how to enter collaborations. Back to the funding issue, also that funders don't fund salaries, and also the funding model, it can exclude non-academic partners. And then one solution proposed was that we should shift the whole funding model and look at how the EU, for instance, could fund an African institution to actually disperse funding for research collaborations.
Thank you very much. And table 3, please.
Thank you. I'll just say a few words and then my colleague will come in. Basically, what we discussed here is concerning issues of what is meant by excellence is measured by different kinds of things, which has some kind of underlined assumptions. In some of the European or global North countries, the focus is on conferences, and others it's in journals, but when it is becoming concretely to the institutions, these two may have differences. African universities would bring, their researchers would bring in their resume or CVs journals, whereas the partner here is looking at conference papers that are IIEE indexed or whichever, things like so. It's a question of differences on what is measured and what is seen as excellent or of high standard. It's also issues that relate to expectations regarding pre-financing when you are coming to hosting people on mobility schemes. There's a tendency in some aspects to not to pay Africans when they come here. The assumption being that in Europe you don't get SNT. You are paid your ticket, you go and implement what you're supposed to do, you claim when you come back. But the level of living and the costs for Africans to come here and claim later, it means they will have to take the whole family's salary for that moment. So those kind of things concretely bring some problems, and I think my colleague will add more.
He's already said it all, but I will add maybe a couple of extra bits. We did talk about language issues as well, that a lot of the funding institutions say it has to be done in, for example, English, but then that might separate out the people who would work best in French or another language. So language issues and the instrumental problem that brings. Then we talked about the measures, the drivers, and the understanding of success might be different in the different continents. And so how do we align that? And maybe the need, and maybe this is a solution as well, the need for mapping and aligning these needs, the measures, the drivers, before cooperation begins. So how do you get a good foundation for understanding before you step into this cooperation so that it can go in the best direction? And you can do it with the best institution that matches to you. And yeah, then the salary costs that I think was mentioned by Table 1 as well. So, yeah, thank you.
say, I think a point was mentioned, very important point about training. I think we just need to add that that has to be collaborative as well, because there are some institutions in Africa who are actually doing some of these things well. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. We have not been invited to say, I don't know what that is.
Okay, if we want to forego because it's, that's
well, we thought that there are just a few critical issues that we have heard being mentioned, but others that originate from this table in the concrete arrangement that has not been mentioned. I thought it should also be mentioned and possibly taken on the table for other discussions. In addition to all that has already been mentioned, we raised two fundamental issues. One is that in the financing or the funding arrangement, the donor communities, the donor organizations have not been catered for. They are left out, as it were, in configuring this relationship between researchers in Europe and researchers in Africa, maybe because they operate from the background. The other second issue that we have talked about, which has not been factored in, is the question of the African governments. That they should also bring some money on the table. The research funds on the gross domestic, on the budget of African government is very small. And they thought the Charter would also raise that as a fundamental issue in balancing the relationship between researchers in Africa and researchers in Europe. And finally, and also important, is that there are other stakeholders that have not been featured in as well. So not only did we leave out the donor community in configuring the African Charter for transformative research collaborations, but there are other parties in research arrangements, like community organizations with whom we work, have also been left. And these may not exactly be like us, and bringing them on board to understand a few issues thought was equally important in thinking about research partnership. Those three issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm taking that, the organizations, these key stakeholders that you are mentioning, you have put down in your typing. Oh, they are there. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody with a point that they feel has to be heard before we leave? Sorry, because of time, we can't have every group report.
It's just an emphasis on the issue of overheads. Our experience is that in some of the projects, the African partners are not allowed to have overheads at all, whereas the European partner has overheads of the total budget. And yet the African partner is expected to support administratively the project. So this is unfair. It needs to be also looked into to enable the African partner to create an enabling environment for the project to succeed. Otherwise, it becomes a burden. And I know some of the universities who have had to cancel the project because it just becomes too much. They have to carry on their own budget the full costs of the project, whereas it should have been covered by the project overheads. So I think it's just, I wanted just to emphasize that.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for that point, because again, issues around leadership of the projects also goes to who then gets the overheads. Because the assumption is that they're going to be managing the funds. So I think that requires some conversation. I mean, the charter, the charter will not be able to resolve that one. I think there needs to be, the AAU, we think, should have, should engage donors. Okay, thank you very much. I now leave time to our organizers.
We now move into the second part of this very exciting exercise. And you all know how to do it. You have done it once, now we're going to do it again, but now with a separate set of questions. Okay. On the paper on the table, you have questions for each group. The moderator is the same on each table. So please take it away. And then we get back to when we have had enough time to discuss. So in this session, you have had 3 different questions distributed among the groups. So we have the question use of Eurocentric epistemologies and concepts and theories. 3 groups on that question, and that's group number 1, 4, and 10. Use of European languages, that's group number 2, 5, and 8. And use of the development frame, and that's group 3, 6, and 9. So what I'm going to do, if you agree, I'm going to invite one table from each of these groups to present what you have discussed. If the 2 other tables on the same topic would like to add, they are welcome. Is that an okay way to do it? Yeah. And then after we have done these 3 topics, we move on to question number 3, the one I reminded the table host about. That we do in a separate round after the 3 topics. So, on the question, use of Eurocentric epistemologies and concept/theories, I picked table number 1. Are you ready to? And then 4 and 10, you are welcome to add your additional comments after that.
No pressure. Okay, we spoke a lot about the politics of publication and citation, the lack of incentives to, for instance, cite African scholarship or decolonial scholarship. And one of the interventions that we propose to address this challenge is looking at editorial boards, the membership of editorial boards, also conducting systematic reviews, for instance, that could highlight the kind of ready, yeah. And how to do that, we thought about strengthening administrative structures, the need for mentoring of emerging researchers, partnerships in teaching and learning. There were several examples provided, very interesting examples of what people are doing in terms of joint teaching, using a decolonial lens. We spoke about establishing an Africa Charter publication, and in particular, a special volume or special issue on existing collaborative practices, and that could also include a review of the policy architecture and collaborative practices, and establishing national contact points to organize events and engage with the principles and of the Charter. And one project that was colleagues were very excited about was to establish an Africa Charter Horizon project. So to engage with the EU Horizon project, put together a lobby group, raise some fundings to establish a broad project which has as one of the aims to design a model of best practices on how to do collaborative and transformative research, which could cover a number of fields that are of relevance, like migration, inequality, etc. We could think about creative methodologies, creating a documentary to record the process. Yeah, I think, anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you. Before I invite additional questions from comments from table 4 and 10, please pay attention to the screen and the email address on top. For the table hosts who haven't been able to enter your inputs into the form, please email your conclusion, or how you sum up your table discussion, to Susan on the email address seen. Susan is sitting in the back and she will then compile everything. Yeah. Okay, table 4 and 10, do you have anything to add? Anything to add to what table 1 said?
Okay, thank you. And I've been asked to just say a few things on behalf of our table. So we approached it slightly differently in the sense that we talked about knowledge systems and the extent to which African knowledge systems are often excluded from the way that research is framed. And we didn't agree on everything in our discussion. It was an interesting and generative discussion, which I think everyone needs to have, about the hegemony of Western science, particular approach and way of thinking about what science is, and how other knowledge systems must conform, and other disciplines, as well as other ways of knowing the natural and social worlds, are often considered to be invalid compared to a particular dominant scientific way of doing things. So we talked about this at some length, and one of the approaches that we thought of, to cut a long story short, was the importance of transdisciplinary research based on genuine knowledge co-creation, based on genuinely equitable partnerships, where you bring together people invested in different knowledge systems, not just in the university, because remember, African universities are themselves the products of colonial modernist thinking, but working with communities out with the university in genuinely transdisciplinary ways. Not to say that all knowledge systems are equally relevant for solving all different kinds of problems, but in recognizing that through bringing different knowledge systems together in equitable ways, into conversation with each other to solve real-world problems in the community, then that becomes a way of also strengthening dominant traditions, as well as validating indigenous and local knowledge systems. One final point is the question of language, because it's through language that people access knowledge systems. And the undermining of African languages through colonialism, where they're not even considered to be proper languages, they're called vernaculars. They're not called languages, they're called vernaculars, is part of the same problem. So, the question of embracing plurilingualism as well as a pluriverse of knowledge systems becomes important.
Thank you, Leon. Barry.
Maybe one small addition.
Please, please.
We also had actually a kind of discussion about, no, there was a kind of warning not to think too black-white about these things. So the question was also put like, well, Western science, how universal is it? Is it one approach, or is it actually also a host to many approaches, several approaches? Which, if you take that, opens also up the way to bring others, even other knowledge systems in science. So probably there is a road in which you can really convene different things, ways of thinking, in a kind of common effort.
Thank you. I really look forward to have all these stimulating thoughts summarized in, yeah, it's going to be a good number of pages, I think. Now, at table 10, any additional comments to what has been said? But keep it brief and,
Well,
yeah.
10, but...
So,
yeah, it is either 10 or 4.
Please go.
All right. I think you called 4, and then we went to 10. I think they were magnanimous. They said, let it come to table 4. No, thank you so much. Our starting point was a question on where or the level at which the problem of imbalances associated with epistemologies happen. And this was raised because there are different levels and there are different contexts where these the imbalances associated with the epistemologies happen, and therefore once we know that, then it is possible then also to address it. And we noted that the charter is as complete as it is, and therefore ours is to go beyond the charter and engage outside of the charter, not outside of the charter, but beyond the charter, so that these issues are addressed. We have raised also issues around science, whether it's global or it is contextual, and I don't want to repeat what Group 10 has said. But there is an issue about language. I think, again, Group 10 raised it, but we want just to add that we thought that many scholars now are addressing issues around language in a manner that, for example, they translate research into a language that is accessible to the local communities. And that could also be a solution towards implementing the charter as far as language is concerned. In our table, we asked each other, how will you feel if your paper, if I've written a paper and it is translated to, it's in English, but it is translated to, for instance, Ndebele, which is one of the local languages in Zimbabwe. And Amanda was very excited. So I want to believe that even us will be excited to see our papers translated to another language, and it is being publicized or is being communicated, the findings are being communicated to a local community in a local language. And that will make a very big difference. And I think I should stop there because there are more points that we raised, but some of those points have been covered by other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's a big hand to the 3 tables on this issue. Yeah, then we move on to the next topic, use of European languages. We have 3 tables, 2, 5, and 8, and I have randomly picked number 5.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. My name is Joe Chupenjuru. We discussed the issue of use of European languages, and we like it that it has been set that way. And our debates started right away with the fact that even within Europe, not all languages are popular. We do not know how many journals are in Dutch, and whether writing in Dutch promotes the politics of citations and these international rankings and recognitions. So we thought that maybe focusing on European language as a measure of promoting collaboration between Africa and Europe may not add so much values because not all European languages are popular. We try to name maybe Germany, maybe French, but most likely English. So I gave my experience of relating with some European universities in Netherlands. Ideally, they should be using Dutch, but English is more popular. I was more comfortable in English. We wrote our dissertation in English. I supervised students in English, including Dutch students speaking English. So we'd rather be rather specific on that issue. That's point number one. Point number two, already mentioned, but I think I can add, for purposes of why the politics around publications, academic publications, is different from disseminations of research ideas. These two publications are different. The one that drives scholarship recognitions are the ones that, for academics, including African academics, unless that criteria is changed, is the one that can promote wide circulations so that you can count your citations. How are you checking? How are you doing in the international scale? If you put it in Shona, how many people are going to cite you? So we say that this does not even help in promoting the international profiles of African scholars, unless the grade. But for use, although even for use, I am happy a colleague in another table said, you can translate it for the local people to use. But we had an argument that even if you break it down for the local population, will they even still be able to read it? And will it still be your publication if you break it for use? So that is a problem that we have noted. And then another one is that African scholars as a whole have problems even writing in their own languages. I don't want to say mother tongue. Articulating concepts that from primary schools you have been forced to explain things in English. So even thinking cannot be done in the local language. We think in English, and if we are speaking our local language, then we translate that thinking, English thinking, into the local language. So can we therefore write in our local language? I think that is just like taking us back to start from zero, because we are used to articulating concepts and theories and explaining ourselves in the popular European languages. I don't want to say European language, the popular European languages.
Thanks.
So,
thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for those very insightful reflections. Now, table 2 and table 8. Do you have anything you would like to add to to the topic? Okay. 8.
Yes, thank you. We also discussed the topic of languages. Of course, publishing, as is already mentioned, we discussed it. But we also discussed, for instance, the importance of knowing the local language when it comes to developing research questions and conducting also research or collaboration to better know the context in which we will be collaborating. Related to that, we discuss also the importance of philology and teaching foreign languages at our universities, for instance. And we mentioned some examples of some departments teaching foreign languages that have been closed because actually they were probably not very popular at these universities. Also related to knowing the local language, we also mentioned that, for instance, there's a lack of funding when it comes to learning or having language courses for that local language. And if there is a fund, it is very short term, so it doesn't really allow the researcher or like the European researcher to really have a full knowledge of these, of the African language in the collaboration project. We also discussed something maybe a bit you touched upon in a different table, that also English for many European people is also a challenge. So of course we are talking about the dominant languages like English and French, but we took examples from Hungary, for instance, or from Sweden. Of course, English for them, it's also a challenge, and sometimes the lack of proficiency or lack of not being very fluent in English or French could be interpreted also as a sign of not being professional enough or not being, lack of proficiency, I would say. So yes, English or dominant European language are also a problem for many Europeans here. And of course, the problem when it comes to publishing in different language than English and French, we have, of course, a chance of outreach. This was already also spoken. In terms of solution, we discussed that, of course, we need more multilingual journals for Africa or even globally. Africa needs also its proper publishers. When it comes to translation, we also asked the same question, and we believe that maybe artificial intelligence will also help us in this translation process in the future to translate from English to other languages. This has also potential. As solution, we said also that we really have to advocate within European universities or non-European universities for keeping departments of foreign languages open. This will be also very important. As a suggestion, funders can also ask that research results should be also published in different languages and not only in English, French, or German, for instance. We talk about Switzerland as a good example also for multilingualism. In Switzerland, there are 3 languages, and in our official events, 3 languages are spoken with translation, and it is respected. And this is also what we need for African languages in similar events like this one, that also everyone can speak in his or her own language, and then it could be also translated. So more respect for local languages is, of course, very needed.
Thanks a lot. So, table 2, anything you would like to add? I suggest to keep it brief.
Very short. So just in addition to most of the points that came from table 8 were also evoked in our table, perhaps a provocative question: does English need to be the language of science? Question mark. And philosophically and semantically, the acknowledgement of the loss of nuances when using one size fits all for languages, depending on disciplines and career stages, not just the writers, but also the readers, and importantly enough from our table. And when considering the importance of multilingual scholarship, the need to go beyond peer-reviewed publications and citations, and as a proposed solution also here, allowing multiple languages for the same article in a given journal. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. A big hand to the 3 tables. What's that? I think we have an additional comment. Okay, you get the microphone. Keep it brief, please.
Okay, so just to come back on the question of language, I think we have to make a direct connection between democracy and language. What is the highest difficulty for example, a country like China to develop more of their projects in Africa, I mean, in terms of research, in terms of economy and so on? It's because of the language. So I think it's good that we are talking about EU and Africa, I mean, developmental issues on research and so on. For example, I mean, for me, the vernacular, the language we Africans, we do have, is a fake debate in somehow. That's what I want to say. Because we do have colonial languages, which we know. It's true that we wouldn't reinvent hot water, I mean, in such a perspective, because we do have English, French, Spanish, Portuguese. Those are the colonial languages that we do have. So I think with my rolling around on deciding if it is English language which should be a research language in Africa or French or whatsoever, I think for me is not very important because we do have more important topics on that collaboration, transformative collaboration. I don't know if I made myself clear.
Thank you. Now we move into the third of the main questions, and that's the development frame. And on that I have table 3, 6, and 9. And again, a random selection, table 9.
Great, thank you very much. With many thanks also for the team members for their wonderful contributions. So some of the issues we identified, of course, is what is discussed in the morning, who sets the priorities, who sets the agenda. Linked to that, of course, where does the funding come from? Second challenge, challenge to overcome the research and institutional bias, links, of course, to the knowledge generation. We need to strengthen the culture of research by and for African researchers, was another issue identified. And we noted that the appreciation for contributions from African researchers is often rather low. Those are all issues that we identified. Luckily, we also found some suggestions to try to overcome this development frame imbalance. In several organizations, there was positive experiences by building on an advisory board with African researchers or African voices, broadly said, as a way to incorporate or to clearly listen to what the priorities are from our African partners. Secondly, long-term planning aligned with the country's priorities is of course key. This sounds very nice and also very vague, but fortunately we have a nice overarching framework, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a framework which is used by many donors, many organizations as an entry point, and then gives an opportunity to align to national priorities. In theory, at least in practice, always difficult. Then linked to what, for example, UNESCO and SDGs has suggested, also the policy of open science can also add up to reducing that gap in power imbalance in the development frame. But most of all, there's a need for respect and trust. And then finally, a few more elements on the asymmetries and concrete collaboration arrangements. One crucial element is that there needs to be support from the university authorities, from the top, from European university authorities as appreciation for collaborating with partners in the African continent, so that professors feel inspired, supported, encouraged to actually spend more time, more of their valuable time on these collaborations. And the networking events, maybe that come back later, they can definitely help to increase the understanding where different colonial powers had different research traditions, which sometimes makes it difficult to understand each other. And there should be an attention for and a further strengthening of what we call the passion for research. And then maybe on a side note, not discussed during the team, discussion here. I understood that universities are part of a colonial system. I believe that Israeli universities are also part of a colonial system. So my question would be then, how will we deal with these kind of universities? How can we relate with them and support them in trying to deconstruct the colonial system which is currently ongoing? That's just a side note. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Now, group 3, table 3 and 6. Anything you would like to add? I suggest brief interventions, if possible.
Of course. From table 6, we advocate for a dedicated program that should be bottom-up for Europe-Africa collaborative research-based platform. We also advocate for a more demand-driven funding policy through the use of innovative funds also at a national level. We would like more open calls, and we see a discrepancy often on what is stated at the general level by the President of the European Commission, for example, and what is needed then in reality at local level. Then we see that in the documents, also scientific documents, often there is this paradigm about the fact that Africa needs to learn from Europe. There is this pattern, this orientation, and not vice versa, while we would like also to see stress the need often for Europe to learn from Africa. And finally, last but not least, we actually also touched upon the importance of linguistic plurality. And one thing that deserves to be mentioned here is that in Africa there are these certificates that also exist in Europe, like YELTS, for example, to reach the proficiency in English, just that for Europe normally to pay 120 euros to pass this kind of linguistic certificate is not a big deal, but in Africa to pay 120 euros to obtain this linguistic certificate can be quite a big deal, because it represents often the entirety of the local salary. And then if you fail, you need to pay that again. And this is a de facto barrier, linguistic barrier. Thank you.
Thank you. Table, yeah. Table 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you have something to add.
Yeah, we have something to add. We discussed a lot about money, actually. And we think that for an equitable development frame, funding from both sides, African and European governments, is needed. And this means resource sharing and sharing what you have. And thus, it means commitment. Second point, it has been already mentioned, but we think it is really important, and it is the understanding of needs from both sides. So what expertise African scholars have that European scholars don't have, and vice versa. So again, mutual benefit. And finally, the importance of multilateral and bilateral negotiations to reach consensus and trust on all of these aspects. And we agreed that this needs time. Finally, on the opportunity to bring together scholars and research managers from both continents to talk about their research against the Africa Charter, we think that this should be preferably done before any cooperation starts, because this presents some opportunities, for instance, the common understanding of financial sustainability and arrangements. And we discussed a lot about overheads and the need to have overheads equally distributed between European and African institutions. And also this is important because we can use the principles and terminology of the Africa Charter in legal documents we produce, for instance, Memorandum of Understanding and research partnership agreements. And finally, we see also challenges in this. We discussed on how the Africa Charter can be aligned with policy, and so the bridge between academics and policymakers. And finally, a question we had at the end of this was to whom should those signing the Africa Charter report about its implementation?
Thank you. A big hand to all three tables. Before we move on, a reminder to all table hosts, if you haven't been able to enter your notes into the board, email it to Susan so we get it all captured. Now, you had one additional task for this second round, and that was question 3 on a document on your table. And this is what we are going to do when we are back home. What do we do in our own institutions? So, what are your views on the idea to bring together relevant scholars and research managers within your institution or network to jointly reflect and review their existing Africa-Europe collaborations against the Africa Charter principles? Would this be desirable, feasible? And what challenges or opportunities do you see? So, I'm not going to invite all tables, but those who, very important, you compile your notes and then put it into the board or email it to Susan. But I can invite those who want to share. So now it's open for all tables. So now it's first come, first serve. Yeah. So what do you do at home? What do you do when you're back home after this event? How do you stimulate discussion at home?
Well, thank you. We had a couple of minutes to discuss the second question. And the first obvious answer was yes, of course. It is desirable. In certain areas, in certain universities, it's something that has already been done partly, but not necessarily thoroughly, by comparing the strategy to the Africa Charter. So it's something that should be done. Now, of course, there's a number of challenges that need to be taken into account. One of them is the issue of priorities. Here I'm thinking of my own university in a country, Switzerland, that is struggling with its relationship to Europe, and this is what is dominating the discourse. And then, how do you make sure that that the relations with and collaborations with Africa-based universities are a priority? Is something important, but it's not something that is easily solved. And then another challenge, but it's an interesting one, really, is to bring together people, researchers, program officers, and research coordinators that have very different, that come from very different disciplines, that have very different research agendas, but also traditions, sometimes even ethics, or place the issue of ethics differently, and bring all those together is crucially important, but it's also a challenge, especially as what it seems to me, and I'll end up with this, the Africa Charter is different from many already existing similar guidelines on research collaborations, in that it brings together, I'm looking at those 6 different points, it brings points that are usually treated apart, the epistemology part, the language issue, the theoretical issue, etc. Usually the guidelines tackle mostly questions 4, well, I can't remember, I can't read, it's too far, but 5 and 6 maybe. So bringing all this together is important, and that's one of the great things with the Africa Charter, but it's also, of course, another challenge.
Thank you. Clearly some challenges, but is it feasible? Is it doable?
It is feasible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
My whole institution.
Thank you. Yeah. Other tables, please.
Okay, so one comment from our table was that, of course, yes, we would love to bring this back home and discuss with our colleagues. So, yeah, for example, I'm working at KTH International Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden, and we have created something we call KTH in Africa Community. So where first we mapped who is doing research in Africa, and then we created a community, and we have several activities with them. And of course, we also have really strong partnerships with partners in Africa. So I think it could be super interesting to have maybe a template or some kind of, so we can all bring home and do our own workshops, and maybe with you guiding us how to do that. So in my case, for example, I would love to do it within the KTH in Africa community, but also together with our strategic partners in Africa.
I can see Isabella is taking notes for that. Okay. Anyone else? This is open to all. So that was table 2.
Thank you very much. And I agree on using the internal networks at our universities. And apart from that, I also think it would be good to inform our national funding agencies and ministries of foreign affairs and higher education and science about this charter, and also get them to help us with the implementation.
Thank you, very important suggestion. Yeah, table 3.
Thank you very much. Next to the Swiss complexity that my colleague was talking about, in my university we'll have to face the issue with the GAIFPE guidelines that we already have at a Swiss level, I would say national level, because there is this commission in charge of partnership with developing countries. Also to ask to what extent could the charter be compatible to these guidelines. But for us, the charter is very important because Arua is involved in the whole development of this charter, and we should think about it, how to sign it. But it's not going to be an easy task, but it's somehow feasible.
I don't see any more hands, so maybe, I don't think we have exhausted the topic, but maybe we could go towards a conclusion. Now again, a reminder to the table host, make sure we get all your notes in so we can capture all your inspiring and very important reflections. So we conclude this session, and I'm sorry.
I just want to say, in a different capacity, as a president of the Pan-African University Council, also to say that from the African Union point of view, this charter is very important. It is those then considered. But also given the fact that Africa is big, it's different, it has different systems, different ways of working in the different regions. I mean, just in the universities, we have AU, we have the CAMES network, we have others. Then you have the regional blocks. All those regional blocks don't always work in uniform. And therefore, I think it would be best that in as much as we are doing this in our own universities, in our own institutions, in our own national governments, we should also advance this in the regional networks like SADC, ECOWAS, and so on and so on. Just to make sure that, because part of the requirements in the EU funding is that you would have one partner from each of these regions, at least 2 or 3 from the regional box, and if there's incompatibility there, it can cause problems. So I just want to say that part of our effort should also to advance that at that level, so that we can harmonize as much as we can the desires of the continent's universities and ensuring that we meet the objectives that we have set ourselves for. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it was fair to give the Vice Chancellor of University of Namibia the last word. So a big hand to all of you. Now, I think Isabella would like to summarize today's event in a few bullet points.
No, I will spare you that. I will. We haven't exhausted the topic, but I think we're all exhausted. This has been a marathon session, but extremely rich. So all I will do, I will not summarize. All I will do is to say that one of the recurring themes in today's discussion has been the critical importance of engaging funding and policy structures and actors, because they shape the rules of the game. They constitute the incentive and opportunity architecture within we have to work. And tomorrow, in the half day that we have tomorrow, that will exactly be the focus. We will be engaging policy, we will be engaging funders, and hopefully we will have as rich a discussion as we had today. It's been amazing. We will capture everything and share it. Yes, but for now, no more summaries. Enjoy the reception. Well, you will talk about that. Thank you all very, very much.
But now a reminder about the venue tomorrow. It's not in this building. It is in Norway House, building also hosting the Norwegian Embassy. It's indicated in your program. If anyone needs instructions on how to get there, please see me afterwards. So don't come to this, although this is a very nice building, it's going to be very different tomorrow. Now, would you like to, now, Emmanuel, please.
So on behalf of the University of Bristol, the University of Bergen and the Coimbra Group, we're delighted to invite you to the networking reception at the same location as we had the lunch. And thank you very much to all. We hope you will enjoy the evening. Thank you.